Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as Hurricane Zeta is making landfall here in towards southeastern Louisiana right now. I know I'm checking in with the chat session for the very latest information. It doesn't look like it's officially made landfall yet, but it's making landfall, and we'll get an official designation here soon. As you see this eye, it's very well defined. If you're just kind of new to what's happening here, unfortunately things have changed some as we were looking here from what we were talking about yesterday evening. It was looking like maybe a Cat 1 landfall and now a Cat 2, maybe even getting the Cat 3 intensity here right at landfall. So an unfortunate situation for southeastern Louisiana. You just really see this storm, maybe the second strongest storm here of the season to hit the U.S., second strongest hurricane out of the six. So not what you want to see here. A very unfortunate situation for southeastern Louisiana, even over towards southeastern Mississippi as well, and then also up in towards some inland communities as well. As I go ahead and take off the satellite for now, we'll go ahead and broaden the view out. You see a tornado watch there in the yellow color until about midnight Central Time. But then you have these icons here indicative of the storm's intensity, and you see that T icon in central Alabama here. And as I put on the wind radii information, you see even in the word Montgomery, Birmingham areas, they're going to be seeing some pretty strong winds. So not what you want to see here, as conditions probably favorable for power being knocked out, even well into central Alabama. And there's even a tropical storm warning as we get toward North Georgia, even also toward parts of western South Carolina, western North Carolina. So that just tells you how fast this is really moving, because it's going to keep its energy here going in terms of those winds translating to the surface, and we're going to continue to watch them here as they do move further inland here this evening. So we're going to see right now the winds that are occurring here toward the West Delta area. It looks like 68 knots now, so not what we want to see here. This is that white indicator here as we're looking just southwest of Venice. So we're getting those winds that are hurricane-type gusts now in towards some of these communities as this storm is making landfall right about now. I'm going to go ahead and read what they're saying in the chat. Now they're talking about, they're wording it like they're saying it's just making landfall at this time at the Hurricane Center. So again, I think we'll get an official landfall point here soon, but we're watching this as you look toward parts of southeastern Louisiana. You see the eye here, and you can kind of tell that some of the lower pressures here, which would be in the center of the eye, now moving on shore. So we may get an update at any moment, really, of that official landfall occurring here, not too far away from Golden Meadow here in toward parts of Louisiana. So again, a hurricane situation. I'll zoom back out again as we look at the overall picture. You see the area here that is under the threat. That hurricane warning does go here from parts of Louisiana over toward that Morgan City area, in toward areas off toward the east at the Mississippi-Alabama border. So we're talking about even Lake Pontchartrain and Metro New Orleans still in this. And then a tropical storm warning in effect here for the Mississippi-Alabama border area to the Walton Bay County line, and a storm surge warning. That's pretty important here as well. We're talking about there the mouth of that one of those area rivers. In fact, we're talking about the Atchafalaya River as we get over toward the west and then to Navarre, Florida. So we're just going to continue to watch here this situation as the conditions do deteriorate in toward parts of southeastern Louisiana. I'll go ahead and go over to our higher resolution radar. We're looking off the New Orleans side. I just look at this, and in one frame you see it progressing a pretty good bit. So that landfall occurring right here. Looks like near Cocodrie, for instance. So we're just going to continue to watch here as we also see Leeville. They're on the northeastern side here as we're looking of that eye and in that eye wall there. So we're continuing to just monitor exactly what is happening. We're continuing to give you the latest information. I'll go ahead and pull up velocity right now. You do see here these winds are pretty strong in toward this area, just really causing issues. The radar's estimating them at 126 miles an hour above the surface. So a lot of these translating, not all of them in terms of the higher gusts, but you kind of get the idea of exactly what is happening. I even put my mouse over some of these up to 131 miles an hour. So we could see this upgraded to a Category 3 here in just a few minutes at landfall. We'll just have to wait and see. But We're talking about Lafousse, Terrebonne Paris is here in towards southeastern Louisiana, feeling the brunt of this storm, and this is moving right toward New Orleans here, and that's really unfortunate because they haven't seen a storm with this much wind intensity in a while. I mean, it's been about a decade or so. I mean, you could talk about Isaac back in 2012, though. The winds were this stronger. Gust maybe in 2008. And then, I mean, in terms of wind comparison, not surge, the surge isn't near significant with this, but even Katrina, the winds here kind of compared to that storm actually in terms of the winds. But all the problems there were caused here by that storm surge threat with Katrina really. So I just want to kind of differentiate there. This is not Katrina, but just got to continue to watch this here because it's going to knock out a lot of power. That's the big key takeaway here. We want people to charge at their devices if you're in the path of this storm. I say to that area as we get into toward parts of Alabama, parts of Georgia, people are going to be losing power in areas that don't normally lose power from tropical systems because the storm is moving so fast. That movement here off toward the north-northeast at now 24 miles an hour. So not what you want to hear. This is one that maintained its intensity as it did get so strong. You don't normally see a storm this strong here this late into the season making landfall in the U.S. Really, really unusual and rare. So we just want to get people really into shelter as you're looking toward New Orleans as the full brunt is going to be felt there soon. I'll go ahead and pull up our power outage map right now, and then I might take a break depending on what I hear from the National Hurricane Center. I'll go ahead and check that real quick to see if we have any official landfall point here, and we don't at this point, but I'll go ahead and refresh the power outage information now. I see what's happening, and right now we're in a pretty rural area at the moment, but these numbers, they're really going to go up here as we look ahead toward the timeline. You see 16,882 customers in the dark here according to poweroutage.us. And these numbers just going to continue to increase. You see St. Bernard Parish right now, 2,299 customers, but closer toward the storm. Plaquemine is not too many yet, but Jefferson, there's quite a few people that live in toward that overall region, but not many have lost power yet as the impacts are going to be spreading inland. We're talking about 7,078 customers in the dark. And then Terrebonne Parish here, we're talking about 1,329 customers. And I kind of skipped over Lafousse there, but about 2,000 customers in the dark so far. But again, these numbers are going to accelerate here. These are going to accelerate as we're looking off into the timeline. So I'm going to gather more information here. We're going to be back at the bottom of the hour. That's 4:30 Central Time, as I'm expecting an official landfall statement here soon. With that tornado threat, we're going to have to watch even toward the Jacksonville area to an extent. I'm talking about southeast Georgia mainly with that. And I'll go ahead and come back on camera here, but the bigger threat would be off toward our west. I'm at southwest, south central Georgia, and the Florida Big Bend, as there is a marginal risk in play. We'll be giving you all that latest information here as we're watching that threat, that tornado threat. We haven't seen too many tornado warnings yet, but we'll have to watch to see how when the storm really unwinds, I would say here, as we're looking into the timeline. You just have to go ahead and watch here some of that tornadic potential maybe increase here with that friction. So again, I'll be gathering more information. We're watching the storm make landfall right here in toward Lafousse, Terrebonne Parishes. Right now, you see also St. Bernard getting into some of this as well. But just stay safe out there. Make sure you're charging up those devices if you're in the path of this storm. I've been talking about areas here off far to the northeast even. Going to be seeing power outages. So it's imperative that you do that even if you weren't necessarily in an evacuation zone. We're getting more gusts here, 63 miles toward, or 63 knots toward West Delta. So we're going to continue to watch this, and I'll be back here in about 7 or 8 minutes. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour with the latest on Hurricane Zeta. Just a crazy, crazy hurricane season continuing here with another storm out of that Greek alphabet making landfall in the United States as a hurricane right about now as we're looking to Lafous and Terrebonne parishes. You see Houma, Louisiana here just on the left side of things really. The western side, so maybe not quite as significant there, but this is headed right for New Orleans. Unfortunately, it looks like a really bad situation for those folks there towards that community. As we just kind of look at some different things here, looking between some different tools, you see this wind energy here is pushing right toward New Orleans overall, and we just really need to keep them in our thoughts and prayers because this wind energy really going to be translating to the surface. I continue to check in with the Hurricane Center to see if we have anything new from them right now on any official landfall, and they're not calling it yet an official landfall point. But again, making landfall, it looks like it really has made landfall right now, as you can kind of see the center of that eye, at least as we get right toward the coast here and toward some of these areas, as you're not really talking maybe inland per se, but you're talking about maybe even multiple landfalls here just with the overall scenario. So again, you just have to be cognizant of that here as we watch as this is going to maintain itself more than what you would normally see because of the fast movement strengthening upon landfall. And I mean, it's close to the water here even for a little while with this path. So a very bad scenario in terms of that wind energy translating to the surface as we're looking toward New Orleans, but even more so toward Gulfport to some extent because they're more on that eastern side even. So we want people to really just be taking shelter, treat this like a tornado situation really. As I go ahead and pull up the overall track right now, you'll be able to see what is happening here as we go over toward graphics. You'll be able to see. I'll go ahead and pull off the logo real quick. I know I was trying to move this around because we just have so much going on here with this system. We really just kind of have to move things off the screen so you can see the full breadth of this track really as we're looking here from the Louisiana coastline up to parts of, in toward the Carolinas area, as we look in toward Virginia. As we get further off, you see it becoming more extratropical, but still having an impact there. But especially as you get toward central parts of Alabama, you're watching toward that region. I've been talking about it, but we really want people, especially from the coast, up until you see that S logo and probably even toward the Alabama-Georgia border. It's imperative that you charge up your devices because that's where you'll be expecting to lose more power. Once you get into North Georgia, you're still going to lose some power probably, but I would think it wouldn't be as widespread as the wind starting to die down to an extent. But we still have to watch. There's some areas there where you have higher elevations that could be problematic here too in terms of some of those winds translating. So we're just going to continue to watch here the system. Again, a Category 2 storm, that hurricane warning continuing there from Morgan City, Louisiana to the Mississippi-Alabama border. There's max sustained winds at 110 miles an hour. That movement, again, so fast here. We're talking about north-northeast at 24 miles an hour. That just tells you how fast this storm is moving. So it's just a really nasty situation, and that pressure, 970 millibars. We're watching here on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale, a Category 2 storm, so extensive damage here, folks. A possibility. We just want people to be very cognizant of what is going on here as we're looking even into New Orleans because things have changed some from our last assessment. And I just want you to be aware, and even on the wind gust forecast I'm about to get into here in a moment, we have to be watching that because there's a chance we could even get a little bit higher gust than this, so I didn't want to go too much higher based on everything I was looking at here. I went up to 100 miles an hour into toward Gulfport, 95 in New Orleans, because there's a chance some of those winds don't translate all the way, but these winds, 95, 100 miles an hour, are going to knock out power and going to leave people in the dark for a while here. So even if we get winds here just to that strength, then we're still going to have issues, but we might even get winds a little stronger because this forecast and intensity here just continues to go up and up. We were talking about a storm at Cat 1 here at landfall as we were looking back yesterday for today, then Cat 2 about 100 miles an hour here, max sustained, and now we're talking about winds all the way up to 110. So this is not what you want to see and not a good scenario as we go over toward that rainfall forecast. Now, this is actually one of the things that's not as significant with this storm, luckily, because it's moving so fast here. The rainfall amounts aren't going to add up too much, of course. You got to watch in those urban areas if you're in that eye wall, you can still get some flash flooding, don't get me wrong, but overall, the flooding threat isn't extreme with this, and that's some good news for sure. We've seen so many slow-moving storms over the last few years, really. I mean, Harvey, that's just one of them here. I mean, also looking back, I mean, of course, we had Sally there as well. There's just dumped so much rain, but this system not going to be dumping as much rain. You see maybe 5 inches. I mean, some areas, as you look to western North Carolina, maybe here in the next couple of days, getting upward of 6, 7 inches, something like that. I mean, I guess you couldn't rule an isolated amount. They're even a little bit higher. I know, just looking here, what the Hurricane Center had, they're saying maybe isolated amounts to 6 inches. So that makes sense to me here. And luckily, the rainfall threat's a minimal threat with this. But we have to watch for some of those other threats like tornadic acts, and because that even could impact parts of the Big Bend here, southwest, south central Georgia. Tornado watch already in play out toward the west right now, where conditions are favorable for tornadic activity. So that means you want to stay tuned for updates, have multiple ways to receive alerts. But if you're under a tornado warning, that means a tornado has been detected using radar or actually spotted, so you want to seek shelter there inside a sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and to protect yourself from flying debris, you want to put on that bicycle helmet. So just some tornado safety tips there. Looking here at some of our latest information right now. I'm going to see if we have an official landfall. I would think it'd be any moment, and we don't still have that, so they may end up waiting here to the top of the hour when to do another update statement, because things are so significant. Things also here impacting a pretty highly populated area. So the Hurricane Center giving us the latest information here very often as we look here toward the chat session right now. We actually just had a tornado warning issued in toward parts of the western Florida panhandle just now. So we're going to look and see what they're talking about here. As we get toward parts of Escambia County, Alabama, Escambia County, Florida. I'll go ahead and pull this up right now. We're kind of right on cue talking about some of this tornadic safety tip information, and we just got a tornado warning popping on as they're just talking more about this here in the chat. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located there. It looks like about 10 miles northwest of Molino and about 15 miles south of Atmore, moving north at about 40. And you can see the hook on that. A mini supercell type look, and quite a bit of rotation there as we're looking toward McKinnon. So let's go over there right now. We have our GR level 3 computer pulled up, and you can see this in the western Florida panhandle right now. The first tornado warning from this in the western Florida panhandle, as you have wind here going toward the radar at about 42 miles an hour, away at about 50 miles per hour rotation, but could get a tornado a little stronger than that. But these tornadoes here overall shouldn't be too strong, but 1 or 2 of them still could be. You have to pay attention, because we saw that as we were looking up there toward the Carolinas with, of course, our storm there. We were talking about the landfall of Isaias, and that storm did produce a strong, deadly tornado. So you cannot let your guard down anytime you're under a tornado warning. You got to take shelter and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. So you see this going up toward Atmore, Alabama over the next little bit. So a tornado warning in the western Florida panhandle. Some late breaking information. This goes until 5 o'clock Central Time. As we go back over to the storm real quick here, we're going to pull that back up as we're getting some new reports in now as things continue to escalate here. They're continuing to escalate, unfortunately, as we're getting toward this area. Getting a report here now. It gusts to 105 miles an hour at a station there. It looks like a personal weather station in Golden Meadow. So a gust to 105, sustained winds of 83. But those gusts, those are what really caused the damage here as you're looking at some of the stronger winds that this storm does have to offer. I mean, the sustained winds definitely can cause issues too, as they're starting to make things more vulnerable. But you have just that wind really coming in here and really causing issues as you're looking toward that Golden Meadow area right now. Again, a gust to 105 miles an hour. That's got to be the strongest we've seen here over land. Another gust is reported Leeville there in toward the region Leeville. As we're looking off here, you're seeing that potential. In fact, as I move the map down just a little bit, you're able to see what I'm talking about. We just had a gust to 87 miles an hour at the Jefferson Parish Emergency Management there. Is the Paris on weather station. So just getting more wind reports coming in pretty quick. Some storm surge there as we look toward that Leeville area and the Foos Parish. I'm talking about Cocodrie there. or Cocodrie here, as we're looking toward part of the region as well. So we're going to gather more information. We're getting very close toward that official landfall as we're getting toward that region. Again, it's in the progress of making landfall. We'll get that official point, that official time here soon, as it does come out from the National Hurricane Center. So just want people to be very cognizant of what is going on right now as I look at some more information. Again, we're going to be watching for a tornado threat even tomorrow to evolve again, parts of the Big Bend, even late tonight, the overnight hours I'm talking about, into the early morning. We'll be watching here toward the Big Bend as well, because this is such a quick mover. I know we have the cool front in play, we have the low pressure, so a typical severe weather type setup will start to evolve here. I mean, it's an atypical situation, though, as we still get these gusts here. More power is going to be knocked out towards southeastern Louisiana. We'll be back at the top of the hour unless we need to come back one earlier with more information. Good Wednesday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center with another update on our Hurricane Zeta. Going to be, and really is already, the 6th hurricane to make landfall here in the United States this season. It definitely has made landfall. We're just waiting on the official statement, which will be coming down any second, literally any second, from the National Hurricane Center. So I'm just kind of refreshing our information stream right now as that tornado warning off toward the east there, toward parts of the Florida Panhandle and also toward southwestern Alabama has been allowed to expire. So that's some good news for those areas at Escambia, Florida, Escambia County, Florida, and Escambia County, Alabama. But this hurricane has made landfall now, no doubt about it. You can see it here right over Golden Meadow, really. I can go ahead and tell you that landfall point here pretty much right here in that Cocodrie and Golden Meadow area. So you have to see Grand Isle, but that landfall here, you see the eye, the calm part here of this storm right over Golden Meadow about right now. We'll go ahead and take off the radar here. You'll be able to see the satellite imagery now. You can kind of see the eye breaking up a little bit, which is maybe a little good news, but we're kind of watching the storm here as it evolves overall, but it's still pretty strong here, and just continuing to track this here as we're looking off toward the areas here downstream, northeast, and they're going ahead and talking here about the eye wall approaching New Orleans here. So it looks like they're going ahead and just pretty much, they're not really talking about the official landfall. They talked about it making landfall, but interesting enough, they never really deemed the official landfall point. I know they were talking about Cocodrie here about an hour ago, talking about it making landfall, but normally they'll come out and say it made landfall at a certain location at a certain time here. So anyway, this is a little semantics, but we've seen it make landfall here for all intents and purposes, and that's what they're talking about here in the Weather Service chat session in the statement here as well. They are just warning people not to venture outside when the calm eye of the hurricane passes over, as dangerous winds will return very quickly when the eye moves away, as stronger winds here, especially in Gust, are likely on high-rise buildings, and there's a lot of those in New Orleans. And I know you guys, if you're watching from New Orleans, have really been hearing about these storms this year, and none of them have impacted you. This by far going to be the biggest impact on New Orleans we've seen this hurricane season, and probably in the last decade or so. So a nasty situation for New Orleans here. An unofficial weather station report there in Golden Meadow now gusts to 110 miles an hour. So a nasty situation. This storm, 110 mile an hour winds. So it looks like, unless they change things here and maybe post analysis, it looks like this is going to go down as a strong Category 2 hurricane at landfall here. The pressure's already starting to come up a little bit too, as you see that eye breaking down just a little bit as we're getting higher up in that infrared satellite imagery. So again, just watching the storm. It has made landfall now as we're looking toward Louisiana. It was in the progress of making landfall. It made landfall in the last hour or so, give or take, as we're going ahead and looking here at the Doppler radar imagery right now. You see this here again over Golden Meadow right now. They're in the calm weather, but more nasty weather is going to be coming back. They're in toward that community over the next little bit. I see the New Orleans Naval Air Station here. The latest gust there, it looks like we're talking about 59 miles an hour toward that region. 51 knots, 59 miles an hour. So getting those strong winds into New Orleans, and not to downplay the threat here to the coastal regions, but as we get to New Orleans, the population is just way larger, way larger, and most people wouldn't have evacuated here. So we're really concerned about New Orleans for that wind potential, not as much as the water potential there. We still have to watch it. You just never know. Things can change, and then sometimes you get that surge even after landfall occurs. So we just need to be paying attention here. We just need to be paying attention here to see exactly what that wind direction does here as the water could kind of rapidly come up. But again, this eye wall is moving right into downtown New Orleans, and that is something you rarely see. I mean, you do not see this very often at all. A hurricane, it's pretty strong, not a major hurricane technically, but it's as strong as you can get without it being a major hurricane. The eye wall moving into downtown New Orleans. And I know we've been talking about it since Saturday or so, maybe Southeastern Louisiana, as I know Friday we were getting that information in. As I go ahead and go over to radar scope to give you a different perspective, we're going to switch you over to the terminal Doppler, I think, if we can give you a good vantage point there. And this will just be kind of an interesting look at things real quick, and then I'll probably switch you back over here to another viewpoint we have. But here's the terminal Doppler. You kind of see that eye wall as it does move into some of these communities pretty quickly now, moving into New New Orleans. It may go wall to wall for a little while, as this is like a tornado-like situation for downtown New Orleans here, folks. A tornadic-like situation for downtown New Orleans over the next little bit with gusts upward about 100 miles an hour. And that means we're talking about those winds on that EF scale here getting up there as we're going to be seeing widespread lower end tornado-like damage here, low end tornado-like damage towards New Orleans. So we just want people to be cognizant of that as we just watch what is happening here over the next little bit. And again, I was alluding to it a moment ago. I'll go ahead and kind of finish my thought now as we were talking about looking back in toward that timeline. We were talking about it on Saturday evening, New Orleans, Southeast Louisiana coming into path here, but we weren't really sure exactly what was going to happen. We just weren't really sure what was going to happen here overall because the models that pointed it toward Florida earlier on, we just have to kind of always be mindful here of exactly what occurs in these situations because things can always change, but they've always stuck to New Orleans. But the problem was that intensity forecast here started to ramp up here, and really the models never really caught up to what the intensity actually was with this system, and that's really unfortunate because we were thinking maybe a low-end Cat 1, which, I mean, they've been through low-end Cat 1s in New Orleans, not that much stronger than a tropical storm, but when you get up that Saffir-Simpson wind scale, that's when you have problems here, and we're seeing that in Jean Lafitte right now. We're seeing that in Lafitte, and we're getting here toward Gretna here soon, Chalmette here as we get also toward Metairie, New Orleans, of course, as well. We just want people to be cognizant of what is happening because these very strong winds are moving in, gust upward of 100 miles an hour. So you see here this wind potential as we get closer toward the eye. You can kind of see here these really strong winds. You see them on the west side, on the east side, and then I kind of try to broaden the view out real quick. You'll be able to see here, again, this is moving here as we're talking northeast, it looks like. So this movement here right into New Orleans overall, we just want people to be very cognizant. It probably get calm in New Orleans for a little while. That's something that is very, very unusual. The eye actually going over downtown New Orleans. I cannot emphasize enough here how bizarre of a situation this is for being late October here. But again, downtown New Orleans, going to be seeing this. We'll go ahead and put a loop on this over the last little bit to see what has been happening here. Again, you see New Orleans here in the path, the high population area, going to be seeing this hurricane and the worst it has to offer here over the next little bit. So a very dangerous situation here in towards southeastern Louisiana. You see these winds just spinning here. We want people to be safe as they're watching this scenario as it does continue to evolve. They're talking about in the chat now, storm surge covering portions of the South Beach Boulevard area there in toward Waveland, Mississippi, between Claremont Harbor there and Silver Slipper Casino. So we want people to be watching that thread as well, as things can escalate even after landfall. Surge can still occur and maybe even escalate, get worse here as you see those levels rise, as the wind direction is so key. As I go ahead and come back on camera now, again, you see that wind direction again as we are looking at some of our tools, and that always is important in determining how that wind does ultimately push that surge inland a little bit here as you're at those coastal areas and you're trying to get that surge, unfortunately, inland a little bit. So definitely a problematic situation. You see the landfall definite here, no doubt about it, as we continue to watch the latest information that comes down. Looking at some of our surge numbers, I'll look at that sensor we have off toward that area there, Waveland actually, and we're only seeing about 2 feet or so on here. That is as of a few minutes ago, 4:54, so Central Time. So kind of interesting to see that. I'll pop that up. We have that. We can put that on the screen for you. We'll go ahead and show you what is happening here in the dashboard right now. You see these numbers here just kind of coming on up, upwards of 2 feet there at the Waveland Yacht Club. That might not be completely accurate because getting that covering the road, that's as of 4 after the hour, so it may have came up real quick here, and it's not reflected in the data right now. So we'll continue to watch that here on our dashboard. We'll continue to give you the latest information there as I just continue to check in. We'll go over to our GR level 3 computer now. Again, these winds here over Jean Lafitte right now. We're watching these winds just move on in. We'll pop up our view of this and you'll be able to see these winds here just coming on into the picture. This is where the strongest winds are. I mean, maybe over here even to an extent, which is a little bit good for New Orleans. But you see here the eye wall going right into New Orleans here over the next little bit. You got to be inside. You got to treat this like a tornado situation. I mean, we're talking about a town here, a very, very large metropolitan area with so many people right during rush hour, though I hope people aren't out during rush hour. They've had the warning here, especially today. Everybody talking about what was going to happen here with the threat escalating for New Orleans, and now the worst that this storm has to offer moving on in. We're actually looking off the Mobile radar. So let me switch over because we're looking at a tornado warning storm, and it's interesting. I'm surprised the Mobile radar is capturing this good. So we're going to reset the view here. It kind of sees how strong this storm is for the Mobile radar to be capturing this storm so well that I didn't even really notice the difference there for a second. But we're going to go ahead and pop over our New Orleans radar. This will give us even a higher resolution view. We had New Orleans radar on radar scope a minute ago after we switched from that terminal Doppler radar, and we'll be able to see exactly what is happening here toward the region. You're just getting that reset now, and you can definitely see here. I mean, the other radar kind of said you where the worst of this was, but you see here a broader picture of where everything's occurring. It's moving right into New Orleans right now here. You got to be sheltered in New Orleans. This is a tornadic-like situation, something you rarely see for a metropolitan area of this size. A eye wall of a strong hurricane coming on in. Here we're talking about extensive damage. We'll go ahead and pop up our Saffir-Simpson wind scale to tell you what we're talking about here. Right about now, again, 96 to 110 miles an hour. So we're going to be seeing extensive damage. Some spots, some damage more along the lines here of a little bit lesser in extent, just depending on some of those areas, maybe not getting the winds quite to that Cat 2 level, but you get the idea. We're continuing to watch here. We're continuing to track. We'll be back here at the bottom of the hour. We're going to try to get some cameras here if we can pull those up in toward that Louisiana area there. We're talking about New Orleans proper, as this storm really is being felt there now. A dangerous, dangerous situation in southeastern Louisiana. And I've been talking about the storm surge now. We've showed you those levels not too high right now, but I want to see the potential because this is important for everybody here. I put this in the show just a little while ago. We'll pop this on right now. This is the latest information here. I'm just going to go and double check the numbers. 7 to 11 feet. So the mouth of the Pearl River to the Mississippi-Alabama border, where we're talking about the worst storm surge from this system right in the Mississippi, even though the wind potential a little worse here right now toward Louisiana. Even that wind potential will escalate as this tracks closer toward Gulfport. I had it on my forecast. Maybe wind's even a little stronger there. But the metro area that we're really concerned about right now is New Orleans, because more impacts will ultimately be felt because of the area being so populated. So we'll be back here at the bottom of the hour with more information. Just stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe out there. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here, back at the bottom of the hours. We're looking at some of our different tools here in the Weather Center. We're just switching between some different radars right now as I'm getting the latest information in. I know even an unconfirmed, I guess you could call it unofficial type report floating around of Gust even getting that Category 3 range right now. So things just escalating here, but the Gust, you don't necessarily qualify that storm here for a Category 3 with that level of wind here in those. It's more about the sustained winds. But again, we did have a landfall here of a strong Category 2 a little while ago, and now the worst moving into New Orleans right now here, folks. Right now, getting into downtown New Orleans here with that eye wall, the worst that this storm has to offer, and the power is just going off real quick as people need to charge up their devices in the path of this storm as we're looking here off toward the north-northeast. But we're just looking at some different things right now. I know we have some different cameras. Some of them are working here, but many of them aren't because things are just too nasty here for those to continue to send a signal out as we're looking toward the region. So definitely something to be cognizant of for sure as we're looking toward parts of Louisiana right now. We're just trying to give you those latest vantage points of exactly how the conditions are there closer toward that ground level here. As again, we're looking in toward New Orleans. You see here's some of the worst that this storm has to offer right there into New Orleans right now. I know power just being knocked off real quick. I'm switching between some different cameras now, and they're just kind of glitching on out here because we're just not able to get the information in right now as things are really starting to become worse and worse there in toward these communities. So again, a pretty nasty scenario overall here as we're looking toward parts of Louisiana. Just things have just gotten so nasty there in toward downtown over the last few minutes. We're looking toward parts of Louisiana here right now. Again, these cameras, they just keep losing their signal, really, I guess you could call it. The power goes out and just all sorts of issues. I'm trying to see if we can pull up one of them. We had some good images here a few minutes ago when I was looking behind the scenes of that wind really blowing. So I want to try to give you that view, and I'm kind of producing this as I'm talking. So sometimes we don't have a camera. We just have to kind of move things around the best we can here when we're live, trying to give you that latest information. As I just got something. This is kind of on the edge of things. It's not the best view, but we're going to go ahead and pull it up because we don't have many views left here. It doesn't seem like at this point. So let's go ahead and go over now. We do have this camera view in here, and you can see this is here as we're looking on I-10. We're looking here, getting just out of New Orleans a little bit, but you see people still on the roads, which is dangerous in and of itself. Here this evening, you see some of those emergency type lights there, it seems, or people maybe just using their flashers as things are really treacherous out there right now in the ward parts of Louisiana. Right now, during the time in the chat session about gust in near the New Orleans metro, 52, 59 miles an hour. There are live units out there getting hammered downtown, so they're likely getting some type of effect there, maybe between buildings, something like that, according to the meteorologist here from the Weather Channel in Atlanta talking here in the chat session. So again, we're just continuing to watch here. This is not the greatest view, but this is one of the views we have at the moment here as we kind of have to switch between cameras the best we can. I'll see if I can find anything else because we're just not able to get a lot of things up right now as conditions so nasty here. We're just kind of having to pick and choose here. Added just a few different options as we now just got a gust of 80 miles an hour there, it looks like, as we get closer there. And people still on the road. This is we've got another camera view now, so let's pop this on. This is here as we're getting further east on I-10. Just don't want to see that. These people on the roads right now. So this is another camera view as we're getting a little closer toward New Orleans proper, really. So again, you're just looking live here. This is Louisiana 511 camera technology I'm using right now. So again, you see people on the road. Things aren't quite as dramatic here as what we saw off toward areas off in eastern more communities, easternmost, I guess you could call them, communities here. But we're just continuing to watch, continue to see. I mean, the signal, look, it was starting to go out even on that camera now. So just, again, not getting many cameras into toward this region. I do have another one now that is trying to load here. So we're going to try to pop that one on here as I-10 at Powell Boulevard, if we can get it to come on up here It's having some issues, and whoa, if we can get this on, this would be great because it's really shaking, and we can get it on. It looks like, so this is live, and you can really see that view. It looks like maybe that might even be a power line down on the road there. Wow. If not, low-hanging power lines, it seems. I'm just kind of looking here at what I'm seeing, so I may be misinterpreting this, but it looks like some cars here. We're going to watch as they get close to what something is there, and just not what you want to see here overall in this environment. So it looks like that video just stopped there for the moment, but again, just not a good situation overall as we're looking toward parts of Louisiana doing this, but we're just trying to give you that latest information here based on some of those visuals. I know they can kind of tell the story sometimes, so we'll move away from that for now. Just trying to give you some of that information here as there's so much happening. We're going to go over to our DR level 3 computer now as we're getting in toward New Orleans proper here. You're seeing right in downtown New Orleans some of the worst storm action that this hurricane has to offer, moving right into New Orleans right now. We're talking about Chalmette here, Gretna. This is the worst that Hurricane Zeta has to offer, and it's right over New Orleans right now here. You even see that calm part of the eye moving in so soon because this is moving this very, very quickly. It's racing here, absolutely racing like we rarely see with a storm this strong. The last check here, the movement north-northeast at about 24 miles an hour. So this storm just absolutely racing. We're going to be seeing Slidell here in a little bit, get into this eye wall. But downtown New Orleans, you can see the front today. We're getting there, in toward that area, in toward that Paris. All these different Parises here, Southeastern Louisiana being impacted, and those power outage numbers are just going up. People have to be inside. I mean, it's already too late, really, because this is a tornadic-like wind situation right over New Orleans. I'm a little surprised we haven't got observations any higher here than we have. The Naval Air Station, a gust of 51 knots, so that's 59 miles an hour, like what we reported a little while ago. And in the New Orleans International Airport, we're talking about a gust there to 48 knots, 55 miles an hour, with that pressure down to 987 millibars. 989 at the other report there a little while ago, and Port Sulphur, a gust to 86 miles an hour there at 5:19 Central Time. So again, just trying to see exactly what reports come in. It's a fluid situation here, a one-man band doing all this, so kind of looking off the screen sometimes. So I do apologize if I'm not focusing my attention here on you guys, but again, we're just continuing to watch how things evolve, looking at some of our different tools as things are just pretty nasty. Power outage numbers continue to escalate. We've seen these just jump quick here as we go over to poweroutage.us, and these will jump again when we get new numbers in a few minutes. But these are as of about 18 past the hour, 20 minutes ago or so. We've seen this get to over 100,000 here in parts of Louisiana. You see, as we're getting toward Plaquemines, Paris, more than half the customers in the dark right now. As we move up here, Jefferson Parish, we're talking about 34,000 or so customers. Lafosse here, about 4,000, but then St. Charles, 1,000, and then St. John the Baptist. You don't see many there, but we just kind of move around, and we're going to go back to Orleans Parish here, or Orleans Parish. I guess you could pronounce it either way here. We're talking about 40,000 or so in the dark. But next update, I expected that maybe even double. I mean, that's just how quick the storm is moving, how quick the worst of the impacts are being felt. This is a fluid situation here in toward parts of southeastern Louisiana. We'll go ahead and reset here. Move this over to the broad view right now. I know poweroutage.us is so important here to try to give you that information as it comes down. I know California with the wildfires, Texas and Oklahoma, especially with the winter weather. You see over 350,000 still in the dark there from that wintry weather. So nasty for those folks. But 108,000 in Louisiana there. And then we've moved this over toward Mississippi. Not many customers yet, only 359. So if you're watching from Mississippi right now and you didn't evacuate, you didn't need to evacuate, you got to target those devices because you're probably going to lose power in southeastern Mississippi here over the next little bit. Same goes for parts of Alabama, southwestern, central Alabama, and even in North Georgia here to an extent. But the biggest concern here, I've kind of tried to do this on my mouse. It may not work the best, but you see Louisiana right in here, getting in toward this area, and then as we look up, you kind of see into this area. So just kind of trying to give you an idea of where some of the worst winds are going to be felt here in toward the region. I just want you to be cognizant of what is going to be happening as this is going to spread inland, continue to cause bigger impacts. But some of the biggest impacts that our Category 2 hurricane has to offer are being felt in New Orleans right now. We're sticking with it for a little longer on this. I think we're going to just kind of be wall to wall for a little bit as this goes to New Orleans so quick. This isn't something that's kind of just hanging around for hours and hours. This is more of a tornadic type situation per se, when we just have these winds go through so quick, so and lose power so quickly there in toward downtown New Orleans, in toward that region. Again, you see some of these areas, Metairie, New Orleans here, Kenner, getting into some of this right now. We just want people, again, you got to be in shelter, you got to be inside and away from windows here. This is a tornadic type situation moving through New Orleans. Really high winds here, really nasty scenario. Again, I'm a little surprised we're not getting winds a little stronger being measured, because I would expect us to have winds a little bit higher than what we're seeing so far, which is good to an extent, but we're maybe just seeing the winds occur so quickly here. We're just not really getting the data in before power goes out. So I'm just trying to speculate on why, because it seems like we'd be getting more nasty type reports. As I'm just going between some different things right now. Again, we're staying on wall to wall for the moment. I'll probably keep it going at least until the top of the hour or so with continuing before we let you just kind of go back to the radar satellite imagery that we've been doing and then coming on every half hour. But this is going through New Orleans right now here at the bottom of the hour. We're looking at some things off camera. So again, we're losing a few frames, but it's important. I'm trying to see if we can get some more camera information up here just real quick. Just see if we get any more perspectives for everybody at home, as this is always important in these situations to get visuals on things. We want to see exactly how the conditions do look outside, as we do have another shot. We're trying to get into the system right now, but things are just so fluid here with the cameras going down, and we're going to pop this up because we do have it right now here. So let's go ahead and go to I-10, one of these different cameras that we have in the region. We're going to say here what is going on. You kind of see here, I see my mouse on the screen, and you can just kind of see as you look at the mouse that some of the acts are moving around it right now. So again, we're talking about some new information coming in the chat right here. Looks like a damage to a gas station in Grand Isle, I guess to 78 miles an hour in Terrebonne, Paris. And then in Orleans, Paris here, a gust to 80 miles an hour, but that was 90 feet above the ground level, which is good that we weren't getting them translating here as much as of a few minutes ago. But you can see some of them translating right now. Still some people, or at least one car right at the moment too, it looks like, out on the road. That we're seeing in this perspective. So live images, Louisiana 511 cameras here in the metro area. You can see how the impacts are being felt. You see the cameras shaking right now with the wind. Surprised it's not a little bit worse, but we're just able to see into the areas that haven't lost the power to these cameras that have the ability to transmit, as people are just having to be really careful on the roads here right now. We're going to go back here. We're going to come back here on camera, and we'll continue to watch here while I'm in the camera system. I know the worst of the conditions are moving out soon, so we probably won't even have many of these left by the time this moves out here, or even the eye comes in, because things are just going to be so in the dark really here as we are getting off toward areas even further off the west on I-10 now. This is another perspective. Again, these aren't the best cameras here in the world, as we have some of the worst of the weather off toward the east, but you see somebody using their emergency flashers there right now going through this hurricane here. And we're just continuing to watch as the eye wall impacts New Orleans right now here. Live cameras, Louisiana 511. So just trying to give you these perspectives here. Different look at how things are evolving overall. You see that round the camera lens. You see another car there, another vehicle using those flashers as people trying to stay safe there in a very treacherous situation. I'm just going to see, we're again doing this live, so I'll see. I'm gonna use what I can get here while we can get them in toward New Orleans, because I know I'm trying to pull up a camera now. I-310 at US 61 there, and we had an image, and now we're trying to actually get that video to come on into the system here, and we do have that. So let's try to see how things are going there. Just a little clearer image, though we don't have a lot of accent here, a lot of activity. This is again I-310 at US 611 there. And you can kind of see one car. It was a little windier just a second ago. Looked like maybe even something over the road there. It's hard to say, but again, you just have to be mindful here. I'm not familiar with these roads, so I'm not exactly sure exactly how things would look here in toward these areas. But again, live images coming in right now off the Louisiana 511 cameras. As I see, we just got a gust there in the New Orleans metro, 51 knots. So we're talking about another one at 59 miles an hour. So these winds maybe not as strong to some extent here in the metro, which is good and a little surprising, as we're going to continue to watch some of these different cameras coming on in here with the images. I'll go ahead and move away from that for now, because we've kind of given you some more visuals out there as we're going wall to wall for the moment here with some of the worst that this storm does have to offer here in toward New Orleans. You see some of these different reports, a down tree there on Decatur Street in the French Quarter, large power pole damaged and leaning there in Kenner on Williams Boulevard, Bell Chase area, center there, Gust, again, we're talking about 59 miles an hour. We haven't seen much above that level there in New Orleans, which is really surprising, but it could just be that we're not getting the information to come in. And I think the power outage numbers, when we get a new update here in a moment, will kind of tell the story of exactly how strong the winds are and how big of the impact really is in toward these regions, because the numbers should just really go up quick. I mean, double, triple in toward Orleans, Paris, as we get back over to our GR level 3 computer now. You can see, I mean, the worst is starting to get to the North Shore, I guess you could call it here, as we're looking in toward the overall scenario. As we take it off here, you're starting to see, at least I guess you could say, and I kind of hesitate using that wording here, the North Shore, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking overall in toward Orleans, Paris, as we continue to watch here, continue to track. I know we're going to pop up radar scope. I'll go off camera for a second as I see a warning did just pop on somewhere. That's a marine warning. So let me go ahead and show you this radar scope perspective now. We'll pop up that here and give you a point of view on there. As you see again, New Orleans, Metairie, Chalmette, getting here into the action, Chalmette there. So just trying to watch here. The worst of this is starting to retreat, as the worst should have been really in. I mean, you see this red here, probably, and I'll kind of box this in even. We'll kind of box this in just a little. I mean, some of the worst probably right in here, I would suspect, with the higher reflectivity values. So again, just continuing to watch here and seeing some of that as it's gone through here in New Orleans over the last few minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up that latest power outage information right now. We're continuing to watch here exactly what is happening. And these numbers against the surge, the last update, 108,000 customers in the dark. And now we haven't got a new update, so we may be having some issues with the data. But when we do get a new update any moment now, I'm expecting the numbers just to really escalate quickly, like we don't normally see in tropical setups, as we should be losing a lot of power in toward New Orleans there, in toward Orleans, Paris, at the worst of this, moving right on in and moving right on through so quickly. They're going to be in that calm eye here soon. We may try to go back to those cameras here to see if we can kind of get an idea of what is going on there. And if we can see in there, I mean, you might not be able to see sun, because you'll be able to kind of tell if I go over our Earth computer here. I'll pull up the satellites. We're not getting that eye really well defined anymore on there, which is good. We'll go ahead and try to show you what is happening here. You can kind of see that we're not getting the breaks necessarily when we get sun, but you're still getting the impacts here. You're still getting the winds pretty strong in toward the region. Still offshore here, we're getting a gust of 62 at West Delta. And so some of this maybe, as I was forecasting initially here, even getting more in toward the Gulfport area as we're looking up in toward the timeline. So definitely something to be watching here, something to be watchful for. As I think we'll go back to radar scope again now. It's always important to try to give you some of these different perspectives as we track this hurricane live, a hurricane making landfall in toward Louisiana. We'll go back here to see what is happening right now in toward that region. Just continuing to watch, continuing to track here what is happening in toward areas as I'm looking on some of my different tools. Kenner, New Orleans, Chalmette. We've already seen some of the worst go here through Gretna. It looks like as they're starting to get into calmer type conditions over the next few minutes. As I see, maybe the highest gust we've seen really, New Orleans Center, 58 knots. That's now 67 miles an hour. So there's damaging winds now being felt. I mean, you even with those winds, even if we're not getting a hurricane gust like we were maybe expecting based on this being a Cat 2, a high-end Cat 2, you're still going to have power outages when you get over 60, that 58-mile-an-hour threshold. Really, that's when you start having power outages. And I mean, you can get that in a severe thunderstorm, but that's generally, not always, but a lot of times, especially in summer in North Florida, South Georgia, in a very isolated zone, and you lose a lot of power there. But you're certainly getting widespread gusts here of severe strength at least. So you're going to get power outages here, just surge, and I'm sure people have lost power, significant amount of power being lost here in that metro just over the last few minutes. So again, you see that eye still pretty well defined here as we're looking a little lower down here in the atmosphere as we're trying to see exactly what is going on there around Lafitte, for instance. So you see that eye there being well defined on radar scope as we just look at some of our different tools here. We just go between some of our different technologies as we try to give you these different perspectives here on what is happening. So let's go ahead now. I'm looking at more things. I know that tornado watch continues. You saw that yellow there as it was refreshing the satellite imagery. That tornado watch goes until 1 a.m. Eastern time, but it's all in the central time zone. So we're talking about midnight central. But viewers, just for perspective, you're watching relative off toward the west. It is 1 a.m. Eastern. If you're watching here from North Florida, South Georgia, midnight central time with that tornado watch. And I'll go ahead and take this back off so you get the full grasp on how large this is. And I know the Weather Service in Tallahassee was talking about in the chat here a little while ago that they might extend this as they are working in coordination there with the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, as the parameters become a little more favorable for tornadic action, as these are some of the tornado parameters. You'll be seeing these kind of come on in here as the storm moves off toward that north-northeast. So just kind of watching here as we're tracking this, trying to give you that latest heads up on exactly what is happening. You see some of these actually still offshore here, some of the worst tornado parameters. As I see Gulfport, Biloxi now gust in that upper 40-knot range. So we're talking about gust over about 55 or so miles an hour now in toward the Biloxi Gulfport area. I know that's right where the hurricane hunters can come from sometimes. So that's just a nasty scenario overall there. As you see 62 knots there west delta, that's getting up to about 71 miles an hour. So let's pop one radar scope once again. We're wall to wall for the time being with the worst going right through New Orleans. We're waiting for some more reports to come in here as I'm looking at some different things here. Overall, we're just continuing to watch exactly how New Orleans is being impacted. It's the worst moving through right now. New Orleans, Paris. I just want to be cognizant of what is going on here, as we're just, again, tracking the movement north-northeast there, going off towards some of these other spots as we see tropical storm warnings now all the way into Virginia, tropical storm alerts, as we're just continuing to see how things do evolve here. And we're going to go ahead now, and I think we're going to come back on camera now. We're at 6:53 Eastern Time, 5:53 Central Time. I know sometimes you guys are normally tuning in here for that regular update for North Florida, South Georgia, and I'll just kind of give you a quick look at the Doppler here. We have some scattered showers even toward the Stark region, and those temperatures in toward that lower 80 ranges. We're getting some of those record highs here across some of the region, but that accent coming in from the west, a cool front's going to be coming in, bringing in nicer weather, drier weather after we get Zeta and that out of here, and that'll be some welcome news for everybody here. I know. Just speaking about North Florida, South Georgia, if you're watching from there, I know Bradford homecoming week this week, and we're trying to get this out of the picture here. So it'd be nice at least for that game on Friday night. Now tomorrow night we'll watch to see if we have some lingering moisture around here. I haven't looked too in detail on that because we're focusing so much on the storm system off toward the west, as we're just watching the worst of this toward New Orleans. But again, a hurricane warning continuing there as we're looking off toward areas from Morgan City, Louisiana to the Mississippi-Alabama border. Storm surge warnings there getting from the mouth of the Atchafalaya River to Navarre, Florida. So just going to continue to be watching, continuing to track what is going on. And now Yeah, this is exactly what I expected here, folks. The power outage numbers have more than doubled, or pretty much doubled, I guess you could say, in Louisiana, but toward that Orleans-Paris area. Look at that. We're talking about 76,850 customers now in the dark here. Just really going up, really escalating. Getting a report now of a tree down and a back patio badly damaged at a meteorologist's home there in toward the River Ridge area of that Louisiana region. So just continuing to watch here exactly what is happening here. The reports of the wind damage is continuing to come in right now. I just have to continue to track things here as the danger does escalate. We're just seeing here those numbers again, they have pretty much doubled here in just the last update, going from 30 minutes ago to now. The reports of the power outages, the customers in the dark, pretty much doubling, as you would really anticipate here, as the worst of the storm has been moving through Orleans-Paris. In fact, the gust now here at 52 past the hour to 59 knots, so we're still getting these really strong winds here. Some of these sensors in different spots, but at 68 miles an hour, and I mean, these are, if you're not even getting the winds like we were thinking, maybe in toward Orleans-Paris, I mean, just based on the reports I'm seeing, we're seeing winds more of what we got toward Tallahassee and Hermine. That caused power to be out for a long time, and they still haven't got winds like this in New Orleans proper in a long time. So it's not that big of a deal that the winds are a little bit less overall, because power is going to be out for a while. Power probably for some folks going to be out past election day even, unfortunately. So we just really have to be cognizant and keep these people in our thoughts and prayers off toward the west. So we're just going to go ahead and pop me back on camera right now. And this is an interesting gust here. I'll come back on in just a second. We just got a indicator here that this might not be correct, but if this is correct, this would be by far the strongest gust I've seen in toward New Orleans proper here. 76 knots, and that would get us to 88 miles an hour, and that would make sense at the New Orleans Naval Air Station. So I'll go ahead and pop me back on. That might load into the system here as I switch from one mode to the other. And we have 67 knots here showing up right now, in fact. So we're getting up there now. New Orleans Naval Air Station 77, and sometimes the radar doesn't add up perfectly with the sensors, and sometimes you see this lighter reflectivity and you think the winds are dying down, and they're really maybe some of the strongest as you're kind of on that area there right before you get into the calmer eye. I've seen this with some of the hurricanes this year. So we're looking here toward the New Orleans Naval Air Station, and wow, the pressure, 973 millibars there too. That may be lower. Let's see what the official statement had, 972. So wow, they're getting some of the worst there right at the Naval Air Station. So I think that's accurate. 67 knots there. That gets us to about 77 miles an hour on the latest reading. The New Orleans International Airport, 59 knots now. So again, getting to 68 miles an hour. So we're starting to get winds even above what we saw in Tallahassee with Hermine, and that tells you that these winds verifying, even though it kind of looks like the worst starting to move out to an extent here, or at least for the time being. We'll watch the backside where I don't think the winds will be as strong, but we still have some pretty strong winds on the southeastern side. You can see on Doppler, 62 knots west delta. I mean, the southeast side could still be as strong, but just generally you don't see these other sides here be as strong. I mean, just looking here, not too far off to the west, some of these readings here, not much at all in terms of the wind. So we'll go ahead and put our estimate wind here based on satellite. You can kind of see here overall that, at least if anything, there's more of a area here of wind out toward the eastern side here, as you would anticipate in the western side. But there's still some wind here on the west side wrapping around too, and more people's power will go out with some of those trees maybe leaning, and some of those maybe falling on those power lines, those limbs, something along those lines. You just have to be cognizant here, as you see that center according to this a little bit further down here as of a few minutes ago, but sometimes it puts in a little different spot, and you can see here that center more right here near New Orleans proper, as we've been talking about, as we go to our different viewpoints here of the situation. Again, seeing these winds, maybe the strongest we've seen right into New Orleans now, even though sometimes it looks like in that eye wall you would kind of see maybe in the core of the eye wall, but those stronger winds, you're end up getting those as we're getting closer toward the eye wall transitioning to that actual eye here, as it doesn't look as robust on radar sometimes. It's just kind of interesting to see as the radar's not going to line up perfectly here with the reflectivity and that wind translating to the surface either. So again, just seeing here another perspective. We're continuing to look here. We're now at the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing our coverage here, continuing to look at the Doppler as we've got some of the heavier rain moving on out, but some of the strongest winds are still right there in New Orleans right now, it seems like. Again, a storm here with the down tree on Decatur Street in the French Quarter. Large power pole damage and leaning there in Kenner. So just not a good situation overall. Gust there, some of them above the surface, but now some of those translating to closer to the surface to cause more problems. You see here the track north-northeast here. In fact, this center here, you see some of this is set at 4 areas here. As I kind of do this, it looks like Gulfport. You're going to be getting quite a bit of wind, though. It looks like Slidell, for instance, could actually get here into some of the worst of this here over the next little bit. So that's something to be watchful of, too. We just have to be paying attention exactly what is happening here. The latest update statement should be coming down any moment from the hurricane center. We're looking for that. We're looking for the very latest here right now. We don't have it quite yet, but that'll be in a statement here in just a moment. I'll probably wrap the update up here in a moment once we get that, but we've just been trying to stick with you because some of the worst of the conditions being felt. I see a tornado warning just being issued here as we get toward parts of Mississippi, and I'm looking, wow, that's really far north. In fact, here I know we're switching between some tools. That's there in the Columbus-Starkville television market. In fact, that's really on the periphery of things here with the tornado warning now for Noxubee County. Also getting toward Lowndes County, Mississippi, as we're kind of, again, we're right on that edge here of the system. Seeing some of those impacts being felt. So a tornado warning just being issued here, and you see some radar indicated rotation not too far away from Macon, Mississippi. Possible tornado there. It looks like near Macon, Mississippi, or 16 miles southwest of Pickensville, moving north at 35 miles an hour. So a possible tornado way up there in toward that region. Will come back over toward our other radar, and I'll even go further here. We'll pop up radar scope once again. As you see here, some of the reflectivity here, the highest reflectivity values kind of retreating from New Orleans, but still maybe those strongest winds just coming on in here before we get to that calm eye, as you're right on the edge of the eye wall as we translate to the eye itself. Just kind of interesting to see here overall in toward New Orleans. We'll look at velocity here, and you can kind of see the wind energy. It's not going to be the best look. This isn't like a tornado where we can actually pick out the pixels because we have such a wide area of wind. You can kind of see the eye there, even down, but you're looking here. Kind of interesting, actually, as I look at some different things here. I'm a little surprised that the eye itself comes out like that here on our other tool as I'm moving some different things around right now. It's interesting because that makes me think that the eye is more down here, and that would explain why the winds are stronger. In fact, the radar is not getting the best view per se as we're looking more toward Lafitte. I'll pull this back to the regular radar, and you can kind of see that. That's interesting to watch the velocity. That maybe that's where the lowest pressure really is, right in that little spot that I'm circling, and then we're still getting some of the stronger winds trying to translate before you get to the calm or really calm part. It's like things, I guess you could say things are really starting to kind of evolve as this kind of translates here off toward the north-northeast. We're seeing that wind start to spread apart a little bit as this tries to break down. You can see that breaking down on the infrared satellite imagery. Just getting the meteorology, I know it's kind of complicated, but just know that you're still getting pretty strong winds there in toward New Orleans right now. We're just trying to analyze things on the fly. So I'm sure some of this, when we go back and look at it, we'll be seeing things maybe a little bit different because, I mean, even the Hurricane Center has to do that. They have to do reanalysis here of things because when things are happening live, sometimes you miss something. Sometimes you don't see exactly what is evolving, but we're seeing that there is a nasty hurricane that's been moving through the New Orleans area here and still continues to do so, or at least for the next hour or so. We're going to be having some pretty nasty conditions as that 2-hour window still continues, but probably the worst of it right about now, and just over the last few minutes, really, as those numbers do continue to escalate. We just got an update here from the Hurricane Center. Okay, so they're talking about now, just don't venture outside when the calm eye of the hurricane passes over. It's dangerous. Winds will return very quickly, and you kind of see that with the winds dying down here, kind of seeing that change. Just continuing to watch that with the stronger winds, especially in gusts, likely in the high-rise buildings. We're getting a report there. Getting a report there at a weather flow site. Looks like 75 miles an hour. And in an elevated station report there, to 112. Lake Hermitage, it gets to 86 miles an hour. And the official information now, the wind's down to 105 miles an hour. That pressure to 973 millibars, like what we're seeing on that actual sensor. But this moving down north-northeast at 25 miles an hour. So picking up speed even a little bit further, it seems, is just really have to be watching here as the winds areas that don't normally get hurricane type winds are probably getting them later on here on this pass. So we're just gonna look at the other view of the radar one more time. Be mindful of some of the strongest winds still moving through here, even if reflectivity kind of fools us. This has happened before, that we're closer to the radar here this time, but reflectivity kind of can fool you sometimes. You're still getting some of the stronger winds translating here to the surface. As you're getting more to the calm area down here, it seems like, as you're still getting some of these winds here translating into the surface to New Orleans. I know this, looking back here on Hurricane Irma moving through the North Florida region, as we were getting a few years ago, we were seeing some of the winds here, some of the stronger winds, even when we weren't getting much rain. So that can happen here. Now that's more when storms break down, though. This will start to translate to more of a system like that as we get further downstream here, as winds start to drop off a little bit. But the second strongest hurricane, it looks like this season, pending post-analysis, making landfall in toward the U.S. here. Second strongest hurricane of this season, making landfall in toward the U.S. and toward southeastern Louisiana, causing some big impacts. New Orleans can be causing more impacts in toward Gulfport. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour with more information, and we'll continue to track things, as eventually we'll need to be watching here as we get even in toward our region here, in toward areas of the Big Bend, southwest, south central Georgia, for some isolated tornadic activity. Stay tuned. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch this hurricane here. You can kind of see here some of the latest radar imagery as we're switching between some of our different tools right now, and you see some of the waters right near the radar site. In fact, here as we get towards Slidell, as we get toward that Slidell area, so Pearl River as well, some of these different communities, I mean even Mandeville here, even Covington too, and pretty soon going to be getting into toward Picayune. So just watching here with some of the worst of the hurricane and those winds as we go over to some of our power outage information right now. Those numbers just continue to go up. We'll pop that on now. The latest update on poweroutage.us does show here those numbers definitely escalating. Plaquemines Parish there, almost 10,000 customers in the dark. We get up here toward Jefferson Parish, more than half the customers now in the dark. And St. Charles Parish, quite a few. You kind of get the idea as we get up toward Orleans Parish now, 91,000. It looks like 892 customers there without power, out of about 194,337. So that's roughly just under half of the customers here in toward that highly populated area in the dark right now. And I'm a little surprised it's not worse, but it'll probably still go up as we get more reports into the system and then also the backside, though not as strong, it doesn't look like here, especially the southwestern side. We still have to watch for some more issues with some more trees falling. It's going to be dark out there soon, so most of the people that are without power tonight are going to be without power here, at least as we get through the evening hours now. As things really calm down and people get out there to assess the situation, some of the power will start to return in those areas that may be a little bit easier to fix here as we are looking ahead into toward Thursday. But we're watching a bunch of rotating storms right now toward the Mobile area. As you hear some of those beeps right now in toward that county warning region. So let me go ahead and come back on the camera right now. We're going to recap everything that's going on with those tornado warnings, because those are a little more urgent here at the moment with tornadic cells here evolving toward Pensacola, for instance. You can actually see here one of these as we get down here toward the coastline here, coming on shore right now there in toward parts of Escambia, Santa Rosa counties. Possible tornado there, it looks like near the beach and about 6 miles east of Gulf Breeze, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So a possible tornado right there near the county line. As we kind of look at some different things here, you get the idea on exactly what is happening here in the overall scenario here as we're getting more, it looks like just into Santa Rosa County right now with this cell, with this circulation. And we'll be watching this here as we get further up in toward areas here, maybe even toward Pace over the next little bit. You see, it looks like Pea Ridge here, Florida Town, Pace here, all in the path of this possible tornado. And we need to check for some tornado debris right here. I know we had a confirmed tornado up in Mississippi. You don't see that yet, though. Maybe a little bit of something trying to evolve. We just have to wait and see if this picks up some debris here. And that's a pretty tight couplet there. Moving on shore right about now, 23 one way. 31, so that's about a 50-mile-an-hour rotation, but winds going to be a little bit stronger as they translate the surface in the form of a tornado if that were to actually be occurring. And you see a bunch of other rotations. The Weather Service talking about that in the next 90 minutes or so, there's about 5 rotating updrafts just south of Mobile and Baldwin County that they're watching very closely for the possibility of producing a tornado. And one already has a tornado over Fort Morgan, a tornado warning that is, sits there toward there, and others may receive warnings here later, so just they want everybody to stay tuned, have that way to get those alerts, of course, as you really see that rotation here coming on shore right near Gulf Shore, just to the west really on that side. This here over the water, getting there as we're looking towards southwestern Baldwin County. That's really strong wind there. And that's to get more upwards of 70 now. Most of that one way there in the velocity, but this might be a tornado here as we're looking to, and we look like we had something right there at the coast, maybe debris signature trying to pop one, but luckily as that moves in, I'm not seeing that at the moment, but a tornado warning for southwestern Baldwin County in Alabama here. So, again, everybody wanting to take shelter, and you see these areas of rotation. We just have to watch because these look like tornadic supercells, mini tornadic supercells, at least as we're getting toward some of these areas. And then as they go toward the north here, toward Mississippi, we've had a confirmed tornado as we get the radar to update. This is what it looked like a little while ago, as you could see the axis to the south, but we'll watch this how it jumps here and gets closer in toward this polygon here. here. We do have that tornado warning in play, and our system running a little behind right now, but a damaging tornado there being indicated as we look downstream. So definitely watching that. And it looks like we're having some issues with this radar here on our end, at least, as we've been very busy over the hurricane seasons. I'll just switch to Jackson radar just so we can get you something here, as there is a tornado on the ground here in toward this area, and that's not a good view of it, but a confirmed tornado between Crawford and it looks like Plum Grove, or about 15 miles south of Columbus there, Mississippi, moving north at 35. So this isn't far from Columbus, Mississippi here, folks. I want to see if the radar loads in now as I switch some things up. As you can see the circulation down toward Macon here a little while ago. And I know there's some other radars in here. There may just be a radar issue. I'm not really sure. So we'll go over to Birmingham radar. Let's try that right here. As and we're not seeing that very good on here either. But again, a possible tornado here in this general vicinity moving toward Columbus, Mississippi, as we see potentially an extension of that tornado warning as we get down toward that Baldwin County, Alabama area, and then new information about a large tree as we get toward the hurricane itself. Another large tree down. I mean, you're going to have many of those down here as we get toward the coastline. As we go over now toward the radar scope computer, as New Orleans starting to get into a better situation, but Slidell's getting hammered right over the radar side, in fact, there as we get toward that region. So let me go ahead and pop that on. You'll be able to see what is happening there right now. And New Orleans is starting to get into the southwestern side here, maybe even you could call it, of this storm system, as we're watching this move off toward the north-northeast very quickly at 25 miles an hour. So this is a quick mover, one of the quickest hurricanes I've ever seen, one of the quickest I think we've ever seen, to be honest here. Just, I mean, a storm that is really spreading that wind impact here in the areas that you don't normally see it. I mean, we're already getting New Orleans, as this is one of the higher impact Cat 2s you would normally really see, as you're just kind of comparing things overall. One of the strongest you'd ever see, I should say. As we're looking off here, we're going to be continuing to watch. It looks like, again, I was mentioning this earlier, but it looks like Gulfport might end up lucking out a little bit, but they've already seen some surge here. But this movement here might prohibit the worst of the wind from going there, and it's kind of went a little west here overall, it seems, of what we were looking at here with some of the information as we were looking back not too long in the timeline. But overall, the forecast for Saturday has been focused in towards southeastern Louisiana. The intensity forecast is always so tricky, though, but Hurricane Center did a great job with the actual forecast itself here with this track. As I just got an update here, and we were on at this time when this happened, but a site reporting there at the Fox 8 television station in New Orleans, a gust at 94 miles an hour, and that's one of the strongest we've seen actually reported here in toward New Orleans. They have a weather site there, a weather measuring station there that does go ahead and give you those observations. And we just want to go ahead and kind of report that information as it comes in. That's 1 mile west-southwest there as we're getting toward metro area there into toward downtown New Orleans, I believe. So we're just continuing to watch here, continue to track. We're going to check those tornado warnings that we had a debris signature. I'm going to try to pull this up here on this other system to see if it was just an issue. Yeah, I think it was just an issue on our system there, so because we're getting this data on here. So let's check that velocity for the Columbus radar, and you see a lot of strong wind here as we get to this tornado warning in Mississippi right now. This possible tornado here as we're looking in toward this area. We're watching this here generally move northward, so I'm going to go ahead now and switch back over to reflectivity, and then we're going to go to our debris signature because we had a confirmed tornado, and it's kind of messy here, but I can back this up and we're able to get a better look at here what's been happening over the last little bit. Again, this hurricane, and you can see it, I think, right in there, pretty clear debris signature as we were getting back. So that's not what you want to see right in the periphery, not even in the margin of risk, I don't think. But sometimes when you're close to a hurricane relatively, you just have to watch because things can happen. Things can spin up and just evolve, and that's just something you always have to be aware of, even if you're not under tornado watch or under a severe weather risk at large. But again, there's your view there. You can definitely see that debris signature with that dropout there on the southern side of that polygon as it was further down here a little while ago in toward some of these communities. So a confirmed tornado has been impacting those areas in toward Mississippi as we go between some of our different tools right now. I'm going to go ahead and look back down at the coast here. There's circulations near Mobile, Pensacola, in that general vicinity, at least not into the metros, but they've been pretty strong. So we'll go back over to radar scope here again as we get some new images. You just see all these rotations. This is concerning overall here as we get toward the nighttime hours. You gotta have those ways to get alerts here to warn Mobile, Pensacola. Because we have, you might not be able to pick them out, but any meteorologist should be able to pick this out. I mean, you just have so many areas here. I'll draw a little region of what I'm talking about. I mean, you have just a whole bunch. I know this isn't the best circle, but you kind of get the idea here. You can just see what is happening overall with all these different, there are the circulation there. You get the idea. That's 5 pretty much what the survey's talking about there in Mobile. And you can just see it. I'll take that one area off and then we'll just highlight here as we look. As we look down here, you can see those two. You can see this one real clear, and then these others are pretty clear as well as we look here off of Dolphin Island. Some different areas, and you even see some wind shifts here. I'll move this down some more. You're seeing some wind shifts down here, so it's going to be a pretty busy evening depending on how things set up. But this is really strong here just east of Pensacola. This is here right over that land area. So let's see if we're going to drop out on correlation coefficient right now as I see a new tornado warnings coming for Santa Rosa County. Looks like here we did have a little something, but that might not be co-located. And that probably isn't co-located, but you just have to watch because that could produce a tornado with no advance warning here at this point. We have the tornado warning, so you already have a warning per se, but we're going to get a new one again for Santa Rosa County, and then off toward the west here. You see the circulation here so tight. As we're getting here with our debris detection, we'll pop that on here west of Gulf Shores, and you don't really see anything right now. We just have to continue to be watching here as we're on the radar scope computer. We're watching the storm here, the favorite area for tornadoes off toward the east, and we're going to go ahead now, and I think we're going to go ahead and come back on the cameras. We're switching between some different things right now. I think we'll go over to our GR Earth computer. We should have that pulled up here right now, and you'll be able to see that mesoscale discussion behind me as we're watching here some of the action in that favorite spot as we go ahead and just continue to see the new tornado warning information to come in here as this now for Santa Rosa County, a possible tornado there about 7 miles southwest of Baghdad, moving north at about 45 miles an hour, and you see it on your screen there. It's what we were just alluding to, that circulation here so tight as we're just east of Pensacola right now. So not showing up as much on rotation tracker, surprisingly, but you can see the scope of it overall. And you see here moving up toward the New York area of the Florida Panhandle, the New York community there, as we also go over toward areas here up toward the east. You see some of these different circulations. This one here is showing up a lot stronger in our rotation tracker, which is interesting here to me as we watch this be a water spout and maybe coming on shore around Mobile, depending on the ultimate involvement of this. And the storm's kind of moving off toward northeast, so that's something to watch too, how that affects things. But I just have to kind of pay attention here with these bands coming on into the picture. And I see a report here of a gust in that looks like in toward that Gulfport, Biloxi area now. As you see some of those stronger winds with the hurricane itself move in, I guess to 52 knots. So we're talking about 60 miles an hour there toward Gulfport, Biloxi. And you just see all these reports as we recap what happened in the New Orleans region here. Oak Tree down on a street there in Metairie. As we get toward New Orleans proper, that's right there at that Fox 8 television station. I'll go ahead and point it out for you right here above my hand. A gust there to 94 miles an hour right around 6 o'clock Central Time. A tree down on a car in the Garden District. Structural damage, tree snap, and also down power lines there down here as we get further off. And then you see Gretna power lines down near Carroll Sue Avenue and Fairfield Avenue. A down tree on the street there and power lines in Terrytown as yet another tornado warning has been issued. Chalmette here, Paris president reported a 100-mile gust there, 100-mile per hour gust at the St. Bernard Paris EOC again in Chalmette there. And then as we get up toward the north, 102-mile-an-hour gusts. So I know we weren't getting them on our official stations as much there at the beginning, but we're now getting these really to add up these official reports here of winds getting toward that 100-mile-an-hour range. Unfortunately, not what you want to see, and it just took some time. I mean, we're speculating it could be like a Hermine situation, or it was just taking time because maybe some power outages preventing some of those reports to come in a little earlier, and also just watching as we get closer toward that eye wall, coming closer toward that eye itself, even where you get that differential there. So just kind of interesting to see. As you see, new tornadic action here, the latest tornado warning. There, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over the water, with another one there as well. This is Point Clear, and then so south at Gulf Highlands. So Fairhope around. It looks like 6:55 Central Time. So we just have to continue to watch here, continue to track, and we just have to want to go ahead and make sure people are staying safe here as the overall scenario does escalate overall here for areas downstream off to the north-northeast. That's a pretty nasty night here. Slidell Airport, a gust of 46 knots now, so that's 53 miles an hour. We'll be back here at the top of the hour with more information, so stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe out there as we continue to watch Hurricane Zeta, as we look at that official report there of a social media picture of a tornado there near Brooksville, Mississippi, a little while ago. That one touching down into that region with also a debris signature being detected. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch Hurricane Zeta. It's still a Category 2 storm as the latest information just coming in from the National Hurricane Center. So that kind of tells you what's going on here. This is still a very strong system, maintaining its energy overall as it does get here in toward parts of southern Mississippi, southeastern Mississippi, as it's so close here still to those warm waters and those conditions that are more favorable in toward the Gulf itself. So we're continuing to track this. As we zoom out a little bit, you can kind of see here where it was earlier in just a few hours. We've seen it move quite a ways. I mean, as you kind of track this out, 3 hours, we've seen about 75 miles it's moved, and that's what you would anticipate. The eye moves away from New Orleans just that quickly, a major American city in the eye of a hurricane, but that's starting to pass. As we're getting reports even people seeing the sunset in the eye, kind of what I was thinking it might get a little bit of. The satellite kind of showed how it was obscured to an extent there. It was still kind of shining on through just a little bit. And what a crazy year it's been. That kind of tells a story here as looking here in the chat, sending water over the causeway now in Mobile Bay as we're getting some of that surge coming on into the picture there, and that's not what you want as you get toward those regions there. You can kind of see that wind direction helping to push that on. As we continue to watch here, continue to track what is happening overall. We're just trying to give you that latest information here on what is happening as things have been so treacherous over the last little bit. Just interesting to see as looking like it's just pretty much gone calm there at the National Weather Service office in New Orleans there. As things so intriguing. You see some of these winds on the backside, they're starting to pick back up, 45 knots at Naval Air Station there. And that kind of indicative of some of those conditions that will be a little bit more treacherous on that other side here than what we've seen in the eye at least, but nothing like what we saw on that front side of the eye there. And that's the good news, but we're still going to have issues, of course, as you move towards some of these communities, because we'll go ahead and switch over to some of our different Dopplers. We have to watch out for more trees to fall on power lines here. Unfortunately, vulnerable trees that have been impacted here by this now. One thing we haven't seen is those flash flood warnings popping up like you'd normally get in a typical hurricane. I mean, it's crazy to think about a hurricane going right through New Orleans and not getting a flash flood warning, because that's an area vulnerable for flooding, but it's just moved through so quick. We haven't seen that occur, luckily, and that's some good news at least. But a lot of wind damage. This has been a wind event for them. That surged a little off to the east that we have to watch out for, and that's something that those communities definitely being impacted by as we're looking toward Gulfport, Pascagoula, Biloxi. You kind of get the idea with that overall wind direction here, and we're still trying to watch that eye because you kind of see it in there, and we're just watching to see how Gulfport gets into some of these winds. It's close here on how Gulfport will be impacted. It's kind of hard to watch here live, so we're going to put a motion, put this into motion, I should say, here of what's happened over the last little bit, and it looks like as you kind of see me trying to draw some things on here, just kind of seeing as close to Gulfport. It's going to be real close to see exactly the worst conditions they get as you see that high reflectivity value area here just to the west. We'll see how that pushes in or if it stays off there just away. But even as you get closer in toward the eyewall itself, translating to the eye, you just also have to be cognizant that we've seen a really big transition. Somebody talked about here in the chat a little while ago. I mean, they were seeing things that flow sideways, the trees blowing sideways to just a few minutes after, not even a leaf blowing, because the changes happen so quick there with the wind. So interesting to watch, interesting to see. As we just put things in motion here, you can see, I mean, this is only over 10 minutes. I mean, the movement here, you never see a hurricane move this fast. I mean, over 10 minutes, you can see noticeable movement here on this, not huge, but you're seeing real movement here with this, as you kind of see here with some of this here around Slidell. I'll go ahead and pop myself back on camera right now as we go ahead, and we'll wrap this update up soon as we're just trying to give you that latest information. And we got to be prepared for some tornadic action in our region. But you kind of see here that eye. I mean, it's in an area here, not too far away even, as they're looking toward, it looks like Lake Pontchartrain. But Picayune here, getting in toward some of this action. You see the wind, 59 knots. at Slidell Airport, so we're talking about 68 miles an hour there. So a storm that's going to be bringing that wind impact as we get further off in toward southern Mississippi and toward central Alabama, and then even as we get in toward North Georgia here. Tropical storm alerts all the way here as we get further off toward Virginia even, which is very unusual. The Weather Service talking in the chat now, Mobile office, about the northeast Iowa of Zeta is about to move into the interior southeast Mississippi, and it'll cause sustained winds between 60 and 80 miles per hour. With higher gusts during the next hours, it also will later affect George, Greene, and Perry counties. And the increase in wind, it's important to note, it will be abrupt. That's something you are really seeing with this fast movement. It's a fast moving hurricane. More like a lower end tornado that's moving so quickly. Just something you really don't see very often here. As a kind of references, these power outage numbers now, Louisiana exceeding 350,000 now. So we'll pop up poweroutage.us. You're seeing here as we get toward Terrebonne Parish, half the customers in the dark. Toward Lafourche Parish, about a fourth of the customers. Jefferson, more than half, getting about 2/3 to 3/4 even. Plaquemines, most of them. St. Bernard, more than half. Orleans now, more than half as well here, as seeing so many power outages in that highly populated area there from this hurricane. What this hurricane has had to offer, though, we don't see everybody in the dark, and that's a little bit of good news. It's in the Laura situation. We're seeing winds gusting to Cat 2 instead of winds in that Cat 4 gust range there, with those impacts being felt. As we see a gust of 52 knots at Slidell there. I'm talking about it, just talking about that as it's coming through here in our chat. And we're going to look at Mississippi. We only had a handful of customers in the dark there earlier. We're now up to about 14,000 there. As we get toward that region, you're kind of seeing the numbers add up a little. Hancock County there, about 5,000 or so. Harrison, a little over 4,000. And Jackson, about 4,000 in those counties there toward, again, southeastern Mississippi. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour with more. We're watching those tornado warnings as we look closer to Mobile, closer to parts of the western Florida Panhandle. Tornado warning continuing for parts of Santa Rosa County in the Florida Panhandle to 7:15 Central Time, parts of Baldwin County there, and parts of Alabama there until 7:15 Central Time as well. So we'll continue to watch. I'll be back here in about 25 to 30 minutes or so. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest information on Hurricane Zeta. It's still a Category 2 storm here, folks. So, really nasty situation overall as we're looking toward Picayune, toward parts of that Mississippi Gulf Coast. So I'm going to go ahead and pop up what I'm still seeing, and I'm going to go ahead and show you now here on our radar, on our New Orleans radar on GR level 3, where we can kind of isolate things and look at things a little bit more in depth here. So a nasty situation, and you saw that there. It just jumped. That's how quick the storm is moving here, folks. Just how quick it's spreading that wind energy and impacting areas here further off toward the northeast. So a really nasty situation here in the southern Mississippi, and you have that wind direction here pushing in that storm surge as well. So not what you want to see if you're in the ward areas around Gulfport and Biloxi, Pascagoula, where I know we had a gust there at about 70, 71 miles an hour here in just the last little bit. So just seeing some high winds there overall as we were looking toward that region there, toward the Biloxi area. As I go ahead and look at some of the wind sensors here, I know we're able to give you some more information on this, our other software right now. And toward Gulfport, we do have a gust there, 66 knots. So that gets us actually to 76 miles an hour there. And we've already talked about a gust of 62 knots there. Biloxi Keesler Air Force Base is 71 miles an hour. Pascagoula there, 45 knots. So a little bit lower as we get further off toward the east. 45 knots to 52 miles an hour there in toward that region. And even into southwestern Alabama, Mobile Regional, 42 knots. So just seeing some reports here in the chat of some tree and power lines down as we're looking towards some more of these communities. So the power outage numbers just going to continue to go up. Dangerous situation. I know we actually had some visuals for you here earlier, and we were actually showing you what was happening on some of the Louisiana 511 cameras. Now, of course, it's getting darker now, but I just wanted to mention that we were seeing some of the video cut out just a little bit here on my end, so I apologize for that as we were losing. It looked like actual talking that I was doing here, which sometimes doesn't really happen when we're doing that. It's one of other things, but the internet signal, I know I'm kind of in a rural area, I can kind of cut out a little when I'm overloading things, when I'm streaming and actually streaming stuff into the system as well. So you just have to be cognizant of that. And I, again, apologize for the inconvenience there. I just want you to know if that happens again, you kind of know what is happening and just kind of stay tuned. I don't know if that happened on Twitter or Facebook, but I know it happened on YouTube because I was just going through there and so we lost a little bit of the conversation. But getting some new storm surge information in now here. I know it's been kind of discussed in the chat session here. And looks like the Waveland Yacht Club is just really going up quick now, about 4.5 feet there as we're looking above ground, and then a little over 3 feet there, Pascagoula also rising rapidly. So that storm surge really coming into the picture now, unfortunately, as we're getting toward parts of Mississippi. You can really see this here. Getting in toward parts of the Gulf Coast. You see that wind direction that's favorable for it. You see the center off toward the west, and then that wind here just pushing in that storm surge right now, making for nasty situations here with that lower pressure. You can sometimes get that storm surge even well after landfall. I mean, we've seen it with other storms in the past in this region, so you got to really be cognizant. It's an odd situation where we have the coast the way it's shaped, so you just have to be aware that pretty dangerous scenario. Luckily, no tornado warnings right now, but that could change. I know Weather Service officers have been talking about this, so you just have to be cognizant. As we just now got a gust of 84 miles an hour there in the Gulfport, Biloxi side. So they're definitely getting some of the worst that this storm has to offer there right now. We need to go ahead and look over here on our other system where you can really see this on our our radar scope axis. I think is where we might be better off going right now. So we'll see this right here in our Waveland, Diamond Head, Bay St. Louis, past Kristen, right in between some of those spots. You see this really, really high reflectivity area, and that's indicative probably of some of these higher winds translating to the surface here. So we just have to be cognizant. We also have to be mindful, as you kind of see, it's not the best velocity pattern because things are getting interfered with. So these don't really tell the story. I mean, that kind of helps you see where some of the wind is, I think, here on the northwestern side, but the northeastern side, we're not really getting the best vantage point here of this, unfortunately. So you kind of almost have to ignore what you're seeing, the lack of over there, but you definitely see the wind here as we're watching areas there near Picayune overall, watching for Poplarville over the next little bit maybe, as it gets some of the action even closer toward that eye, and that's what we've been getting some of the higher wind reports that things change suddenly, they pick up quick, and then they wind down pretty quick here as well. So you have to be mindful of that, and then they can pick back up on the other side of things here, the other side of the eye, as it starts to close in a little bit more and the winds start to spread apart a little bit more. But we still have this pretty organized right now, and we're going to be getting away from the coast here. The reason it's been near the coast for a little longer than maybe you would think, I'm talking about it going inland, is because really it's just the geography of the situation. I mean, we're already pretty far after landfall, and you have to extrapolate a little because, I mean, we saw landfall here. Just kind of estimating overall. I mean, this is about 100 miles inland, but we're right at the coast because of the way things are. So it's kind of tricky when you're thinking about it. But now, when this goes another 100 miles or so, when we're talking about areas that are a lot further inland, so we'll try to track this here. And we're talking about areas here getting into central Alabama even in another 100 miles. And that's only 4 hours or so away, maybe even less here. So that's something you have to be watching. And this could still be a Cat 1 hurricane all the way into Alabama. We'll see if that holds maybe right to the border, or maybe they drop it right before. But you kind of get the idea here as we're tracking things this evening. This is a odd scenario. We have to watch for tornadoes closer to our area. That storm surge increasing toward Gulfport, Biloxi with that wind direction here, pushing that water in. We've been talking about it. Just got to be mindful here in these areas. You just got to be watching. We're going to continue to watch things. Luckily, no active tornado warnings at the moment. I do have some other graphics here in the system to show you right now, though, as we have a few things that are kind of intriguing to talk about. And one of them is a graphic I keep updating. I've had to actually add another row to it because we've now had a 6 hurricane make landfall in the United States. It's new information, a gust of 70 at the Mobile Regional Airport now. Gust of 70 miles an hour there. So they're getting that impact being felt all the way up here now toward the Mobile region. You kind of see what I'm talking about. Even as we're not even in that eye wall, those winds are kind of spreading out a little bit. So this storm's going to be knocking out power over there where they still have areas vulnerable because of Hurricane Sally that are going to be impacted here by Zeta. As we look at the graphics now, kind of on cue, you do see Zeta, the second strongest storm here to make landfall in the United States this season, pending post-analysis of all of these storm systems. You see winds there at landfall about 110 miles an hour or so, as you're looking on the graphics. So just watching those winds here, they're just so strong as we're kind of comparing and contrasting here right now. And then those areas that have been hit, we're talking about New Orleans, Gulfport area here as we get toward parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. So stronger than Sally, stronger than Delta, stronger than Hannah, stronger than Isaias in terms of those winds. Not near as strong as Laura, of course. That was a historic storm in terms of the level of destruction it caused based on those destructive winds. But still, this storm getting stronger than we were anticipating, as we were talking maybe at the high end of Cat 2, and instead it got to a high end Cat 2 even. I was talking about the high end of maybe just seeing the impacts being in that somewhere in that Cat 2 range at the worst case scenario, and really it went right to just the top of the worst case scenario based on the forecast yesterday of it only becoming a Cat 1 hurricane. Now, I know that might be a little confusing what I'm saying, but it's just kind of semantics here that we were talking about being a Cat 1 hurricane. Maybe when I was putting this list together, even thinking it'd be down here near the bottom of this in terms of these winds, and instead it goes all the way up to number 2 in late October, less than a week before Election Day, right before Halloween, right before that time change, something you rarely see here this late in the season. That's an odd area for it, too, to get winds this strong. So a historic storm, a historic year, a historic hurricane season for sure. We're continuing to watch things. West Delta, Gust there to 50 knots. So talking about winds to 58 miles an hour. Just all sorts of nasty conditions overall being felt. We're just continuing to look here at our tools. Let's go ahead and look at some of these counties being impacted in the Mississippi right now. We'll go ahead and show you what is happening at this viewpoint here. We're talking about Harrison County, Mississippi, Pearl River County in Mississippi here, getting in some of that Stone County, Mississippi pretty soon. Hancock starting to get here into that eye, what's left of it here in toward parts of that state. So We're just really watching this here, gonna be moving over here to ward areas. I mean, as we're kind of going downstream, ignore these tracks because they're not tracking the hurricane, they're tracking the individual activity that's within it with these bands and the movement of those. But you're watching here, moving into Stone here a little bit further off toward Perry, George, Greene counties here over the next little bit. So I just got to be prepared. Gust to 61 knots here, Mobile, like we were talking about a moment ago, 70 miles an hour. It just kind of cycles back into our system here as we go over toward our radar scope for the Mobile area. You'll be able to see what is happening over there right now because it's always interesting to watch for some of that tornadic action in the picture. You see Mobile, Sierra also over toward Gulf Shores. We have to watch for tornadic action. Luckily, the things are not as robust as they were just a little while ago. We don't see those areas. It's easy to pick out. There is one area here west of Summerdale, a little bit of wind shift there, a little bit of rotation, in fact, even trying to pop on. So we'll watch. We'll look here at some of these strong winds trying to translate to the surface. We were talking about all that wind there trying to translate in terms of even tornadic action. So let's see some of those tornado safety tips here, and then we'll get to the power outage information. I think that'd be a good thing to see here as we wind down, or wind down, I should say, our update here at the bottom of the hour. So you see our tornado watch, that continues for some of those areas. Could be expanding closer to our viewing circle here as we get closer to that big bend, and especially as we look late into the night and early tomorrow there as we're getting even towards sunrise. We'll start to watch that thread as the marginal risk comes into play for more of us after about sunrise or so. But tornado watch conditions favorable, so stay tuned for updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. But when you're under a tornado warning, that means the tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. So you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, and you just want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And to protect yourself from flying debris, put on a bicycle helmet. That's so important here. As we go back over toward the radar now, we go back over toward our Doppler technology. You see here some of that action here. I mean, more reports that power lines down there in St. Tammany Parish with trees blocking the road and toward the Huntwick Village subdivision in Slidell. So definitely intriguing to see there with more of this just being felt here across the region. Power outage maps, I promise you this before we wind this update down here, and we'll go ahead and get you over there as we see some tornado watch information being canceled out, continued. We'll now pop up power outage.us here, and you see now we're getting almost up to 450,000 customers. Plaquemines Parish, 11,000 or so, almost 12,000 in the dark, most of that parish. And in St. Bernard, about 3/4, 4/5 actually in the dark there. St. Tammany, getting there over 50,000. Jefferson Parish, over 169,000. St. Charles, about 14,000 or so. And in St. John the Baptist, we're talking about 4,000 or so. So you kind of get the idea here as we're just going all over to safety as well, because a lot of people die after the storm. They get through the storm, think they're okay, and then after the storm they have issues. And with the coronavirus too, we could have an increased spread of that. So just got to really be cautious here with everything that's going on. So this is Louisiana. Let's look at Mississippi, because I suspect we're going to really see a jump there in Mississippi, and not a lot of a jump, but definitely a jump, and we'll start to see this go up even further, almost 50,000 in the dark here. George County, Jackson County some, but Harrison even more right at the coast, about a fifth of the customers. Hancock County more than half. Pearl River quite a few as well in toward Mississippi. So we're watching those power outages. We'll now go ahead and pop me back on camera here. We'll remind you that we'll be back here at the top of the hour with more information as we continue to watch Hurricane Zeta, a Category 2 storm, the second strongest of this hurricane season, and the strongest storm they've had in the New Orleans Gulfport area in a while, moving on through there here this evening. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour as we continue to watch our Hurricane Zeta. We're waiting for the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. As you see this storm here really impacting areas near Gulfport. And even though it's kind of the same situation as around New Orleans, even though the radar doesn't look as serious down toward Gulfport, we're still seeing those winds being reported here very strong here in just the last couple minutes. I mean, 77 knots, 89 miles an hour gust there, an 89-mile-an-hour gust there, but gust in about that 90-mile-per-hour range toward Gulfport, toward Biloxi here. So they're going to be seeing quite a bit of damage and quite a few power outages. This is going to have an impact. The storm is not really weakening too much, even though it's been over land for about 100 miles or so. We were kind of measuring it earlier. The problem is, as we continue to watch this, it's so close to the Gulf of Mexico, those waters, the overall conditions aren't really causing this storm to deteriorate too much, just as we look here at the atmospheric parameters. So not what you want to see here if you're downstream, as we're just seeing these coastal communities get battered for now, even though, again, it's been over land here. It tried to cross parts of Louisiana to get to this location. So an odd path for that storm surge here, too, as we're just looking at some different things here. We'll go back over to our GR level 3 computer where you see Wiggins getting a heavy accent here. But again, I know I kind of keep not really mentioning it because it just doesn't look like on a radar. But then you see the reports come in, which are delayed a little, and it's a fast mover too. But I mean, Gulfport still getting nasty winds here since the radars kind of moved this reflectivity away. I mean, this is here about 54 past the hour when we're seeing some of that reporting coming in here of those winds to hurricane force, even though the radar doesn't make it look like it. Things are just all kind of coming together overall as the eye breaks down and just spreading that wind out to an extent here, and we're closer to that eye itself, so it kind of makes for an odd situation. As we switch to the mobile radar, I am going to go ahead and pop up now a view of a possible tornado here as we're getting into toward parts of Baldwin County, Alabama. Tornado warning for central Baldwin until 8:15 Central Time. So we'll continue to watch that here. I'll give you another perspective now. Here's radar scope. You'll be able to see what is happening on radar scope here. With this system, we're talking about it here, northeast or north-northeast, you could call it. I would say more northeast, actually, of Slidell and more due north, really, of Bay St. Louis right now. So we're just continuing to watch how this tracks here, as we just got a tornado warning canceled for Baldwin County in Alabama. I see the Gulfport weather radio site's off the air now, so that's something you have to consider here too. I mean, they're getting power outage issues, communication issues, so no way to get warnings if a tornado were to spin up there. Hopefully that didn't happen, but already seen a lot of damage. That's tornado-like damage, unfortunately, with those pretty strong winds moving on in. So we're going to go ahead now, and I think we'll come back to me on camera. We're still watching that area of rotation, but it's weakened enough for that tornado warning to be allowed to be canceled. So that's some good news. As I see the winds are coming down a little now. Still pretty high though. We just got the update from the Hurricane Center, so let me go ahead and put that in the background here. The overall view of the situation. We do have now down to a Category 1 storm here, folks. The latest information here, max sustained winds of 90 miles an hour. That minimum sensor pressure up to 974 millibars as this storm races off toward the north-northeast here at about 25 miles an hour. Just unreal to see a storm move this fast. A hurricane, not just a tropical storm or something like that, but an organized hurricane. It's a Category 1 storm moving at 25 miles an hour, just really causing issues. I see gust there to 104 recently at Waveland, Mississippi, at the National Ocean Service Station there and Slidell office. The Weather Service reporting a pressure inside the eye of 975.9 millibars. So this storm's still having an impact here, folks. It's just really crazy to be able to watch it here move over some metro areas. I mean, New Orleans now impacting and having impacted the Biloxi area, Slidell. Some pretty important regions here in terms of population, getting those numbers up higher in terms of power outages as well because of it. And it's pretty much bookmarked on my computer at this point because we've gone to it so many times this year. But the Louisiana power outage information, I'll go ahead and pull that on the screen again. As Orleans Ferris, the numbers keep going up as they come into the system here. It's not a complete outage per se, but we'll go ahead and see about 147,999 customers now, 148,000 in the dark here. So not what you want to see overall, as that's about 75% of the customers that are in the dark in that region. You see though the gradient per se. Where Watson and Paris, Watson and Paris here, only 301 customers in the dark. And then you get off toward the west, you don't see many outages at all, really. I mean, and out, of course, toward where they got hit by Laura and Delta, not too much of an impact at least, but storm hitting a different area. The worst storm New Orleans has seen here in terms of that wind potential. I mean, since Katrina, I mean, maybe even longer than that. I mean, we had Gust in 08. I mean, you could kind of go through there, and I'll have to look at some of that and research it. I know Isaac, the winds were a little lower with that. I think the winds here being felt in downtown New Orleans are definitely stronger with this one compared to Isaac. I remember that one well in 2012 as a Cat 1, a lower end Cat 1, but still moving slow. This one moving a lot faster. I know Gustav was a serious threat, looking like earlier on it was at the peak of hurricane season pretty much in 08. So just kind of interesting to compare here. But one of the strongest hurricanes to impact New Orleans in a while, and it just moved through so quick. I mean, we were on wall to wall for a half hour, and that's when a lot of the damage occurred. It's just like a tornadic type situation, really. As we go ahead and look at the Mississippi outages, you see up to over 80,000 in the dark. And now in toward that region, interesting to see all these different states with outages. Some of that because of winter weather, if you can believe it, out toward Texas and Oklahoma. But 82,793 in the dark in Mississippi. We'll go ahead now and move the map down to the coast here by 8,000 customers in toward Jackson County, Harrison County, as we get closer toward those Biloxi Gulfport and other areas here as we're getting toward those communities, Biloxi Gulfport regions there. We just have to continue to watch here to see how the impacts are being felt there as we're looking Harrison, Pearl River, Hancock. You get the idea that that is going up, and even going up in that word Alabama here too. As we pop on the mapping, we'll go ahead and see what is happening toward parts of Alabama, and we'll show you, see me in a minute, but we'll show you 6,000 or so customers in Mobile County now in the dark, vulnerable area from Sally. Baldwin County, same vulnerable area there too. We're talking about 4,000 customers in the dark. As I see another gust there, 68 knots. Keesler Air Force Base, Biloxi. Just seeing those winds really strong in toward that region overall. We just have to be really mindful of everything that's happening as we continue this coverage. I know it's been on land here 4 or 5 hours. I guess, well, actually, during the time conversion, 3 or 4 hours, I should say, here with that. And we're just talking about a situation where the storm's not deteriorating too much because it's so close to the water. And we're just seeing that impact still being felt as they're talking in the chat session that Stone and George counties in Mississippi are taking the worst of the wind right now. And this will last another 1 to 2 hours before those wind speeds decrease. And the shift will occur there as we look towards Southern Perry, Southern Greene, and Washington, and then even Mobile counties there as we get toward Mobile County, as we look toward Alabama here a little bit later on. So we'll be watching for that here with this system. You see the wind shift there. We're kind of talking about that, but we still have that surge there impacting some of the different communities. We just have to watch for that, how it's impacting them with that wind pushing in. Again, I was going to talk about how we do our coverage here. We still have 90-mile-an-hour max sustain, and I like to stay on until we're getting here at least lower in that Cat 1 range here with those winds because we want people to be prepared for what's coming their way here. Though we do have to also kind of conserve energy to an extent, as we have to be ready for tornado warnings in our area as we look ahead toward Thursday. Could be happening really early tomorrow morning, evening. Evening is of course when we'll be seeing things kind of clear out a little bit. But this is what I'm talking about. We got to conserve energy. But we'll go over now toward our other system because we need to go ahead and get people prepared for our graphics here with the overall threat with Hurricane Zeta as it does further push inland here. You see 8 p.m. Central Time. That's where the winds are moving in right now. They are in toward parts of Mississippi, Alabama, the worst of this. starting to push on in. But then as we get later on, you see it going through parts of Alabama, Georgia even. I mean, tropical storm alerts all the way to Virginia, which is very rare. I mean, that reminds me of Irma a little bit here as we're talking, at least into Georgia, but then even Michael actually. The storm wasn't near as strong as Michael at the initial landfall point, but it's moving faster than Michael was moving there as we were looking down toward the tri-state area. So you just have to be cognizant of that as we look here toward that forecast model now. We're going to bring it back to home. I was alluding to this. Our severe threat will be switching over here toward our region more as we get to tomorrow, where there's a marginal risk in play. But this is right before that switch over, which is at 8 a.m. Eastern, as it'll be 7 a.m. Eastern when we look here next week because of the time change when we get the outlook times set up. It's based on Zulu time and converting that, but we're talking about right now the outlook going valid till 8 a.m. Eastern time here, and you do see maybe some rotating activity in towards southwest Georgia, maybe not too far away from Bainbridge even, Donaldsonville. You kind of get the idea. This is according to this one model, so we have to watch out for maybe some isolated tornadic action, maybe a tornado watch in play. You see some action here toward Albany that could be getting going, some more trying to push maybe toward Liberty County here too, as we'll have some favorable conditions here overall out ahead of things to kind of make the action a little bit more robust potentially here. We'll have to watch to see if the instability comes, maybe get up to ready to a slight risk, something like that. But it's just been a hazardous night. It still continues here as we look at some of our radar information. It looks like it just went away. That's probably not a good sign. The mobile radar is probably having some issues, it looks like, or at least my system's having issues. I'm going to see. I haven't seen it in the chat yet, but interesting to see us losing that data there. So let me at least try to go to composite. This might clear things up a little bit, and there we go. This will kind of at least give you a little bit better view of what is happening with the overall situation. We're going to at least stay with this till 9 p.m. Central Time for what it's worth. If you're just kind of sticking with me, we're going to keep the stream going to at least 9 p.m. Central, just past that, to give you the latest. We'll see if the winds drop off some more, and just kind of give you the heads up for the future. But we're starting to see this storm wind down a little bit, but it's not winding down quick enough, and that is the problem. It's going to knock out more power. Even those strong tropical force winds are going to knock out power. We've got to be ready for that potential as we're looking downstream here. Because it's not even that far off the coast still, even though it's been overland for, again, a while here, as we see Augusta 50 at the Stone County Emergency Management Area there, that center, the Emergency Operations Center. We are just watching these winds kind of increase in towards some of these areas in southeastern Mississippi still. Other areas are going to see a decline in them, though, as this backside gets on through. And New Orleans is done pretty much as we look down here. I mean, unbelievable just how quick this moved. And they even got the sunset in there a little bit. They were able to get through some of those clouds with that eye. And after a storm moved through, this is just, I mean, what an extraordinary year. What an extraordinary storm. We're talking about a storm here in the Greek alphabet named Zeta moving through the U.S., a hurricane, a Cat 2 in late October. Everything about that is just really strange. A hurricane going through a metro area, late October, Greek alphabet. It's been a strange year, so I guess you can't expect anything different. But we'll go ahead and come back on camera here, and we'll just go ahead and let you know we're back on here at the bottom of the hour with more information. As you see some winds even getting over toward Pensacola here, I'll kind of plot some of these here real quick on my view and then tell you what's happening. 38 knots, it looks like, at the Pensacola Naval Air Station. So that gets us there. 44 miles an hour. There are some tropical storm warnings in play, even as we get far east to about Bay County or so. And then Augustus now even talking about 68 knots here. 68 knots. Keesler Air Force Base, Biloxi. So that gets us to 78 miles an hour as the Weather Service in New Orleans talking about putting out a list here of some of these stronger gusts that have occurred here tonight. So we'll be talking about everything that's been going on here at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch this hurricane. It's a Category 1 now. It has decreased in intensity from a Category 2. But you see, even as we get further up here inward parts of central Alabama, folks, I mean, as we get here south of Birmingham, Clanton, I mean, this is a strong tropical storm here for this area, and that is, as we look kind of from the beach and measure, this is inland by about 150 miles, so definitely an odd scenario. As we continue to watch things, we'll be back here at the bottom of the hour with more information as Gust to 64 knots in downtown Mobile. That is now a hurricane force gust there in toward Mobile proper. So not what you want to hear. We were talking about that potential here as we were looking here into timelines. So again, just continuing to watch that here overall. Continuing to look at that Storm Prediction Center outlook over here as well. That risk for some isolated severe weather gets off toward the east still a little bit, so that's something to be cognizant of. We have that tornado watch in play. We'll put up the satellite real quick to see how that presentation is because we haven't checked on that in a while. I have it on the sector view, but we'll get in. You see around Wiggins even where we have some of that area there where it's not as defined. That gets closer toward that eye overall, though I think it's a little bit down. That kind of shows you how things are becoming a little bit less organized here overall. Well, you can kind of see it, but they're not aligning perfectly here, and that kind of tells a story here to an extent as well. Though composite kind of might be running behind a little bit here since I switched that radar mode, as we are having some radar issues too. Gust to 79 there, Keesler Air Force Base, Biloxi. It's just a dangerous tornadic-like situation there tonight. Stay tuned and stay safe. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch a Category 1 hurricane, Hurricane Zeta, here impacting parts of the Gulf Coast still, as it's just been kind of hanging around some coastal areas because of the overall path as it tracks here southern Mississippi going into southern southwestern Alabama before it goes more into toward the central part of the state here and spreading that wind impact even further. So Mobile right now getting a gust there recently in toward that region that's been pretty high toward that hurricane range, about 74 miles an hour, right to that level that would mark Category 1 type gust. So not what we want to see there. And even a gust of 78 miles an hour at Fort Morgan, and in numerous transformers, according to a chief meteorologist there in Mobile, blowing there, numerous transformers blowing there in toward Mobile region. So not good to hear about. And I guess now Pensacola, NAS, one of the higher ones we've seen in Florida now, 51 knots, so 59 miles an hour there. We're talking about that region as we're looking here on the periphery of things. So getting some of those higher gusts even off toward the east with this here as it does translate. You see the core here of the system. We have to look to the south of that even. That's where we've had some of the stronger winds really just on the south side of this, which is interesting to think about. Well, that's what has been occurring. I mean, even Storm Chaser saying it's kind of surprising there. So just have to be aware here that you're getting some of the stronger winds. I mean, that's not going to be that far away from Mobile even here as we are tracking it northeast, but probably just going just north of there with the stronger winds that this has to offer. But it's kind of splitting the difference. It's hard to track a storm northeast when you're just looking at it on the fly, and we don't actually have an arrow here, but probably getting the core of that wind to get a little closer toward areas here, right, just a county or two north of Mobile, but still, you just got to be cognizant here overall with this, maybe getting a little closer towards some of those other areas you saw in there, like Loosedale there and Wilmer. So you just have to be kind of cognizant of what is going on here. Again, as you see, this storm's still going to be a storm that is going to knock out some power in toward the Montgomery television market here as we get later in toward the night. As we'll go ahead and pop this on the screen right now, we'll go ahead and show you what is happening here. And just want to get people on the direct path to charge up their devices. As you see here in toward the timeline, we want people to go ahead and be prepared here. We're not in direct path as we look toward our region. It kind of looks like we're in that region here on this map, but this kind of giving you a broad sense of things, and maybe that tornado or something like that. But the bigger concern would be more over the central Alabama as you look further off on the screen there. But again, if you're in a direct path, especially until you get into North Georgia, you got to be charging those things up. But I mean, there's tropical storm warning even into Virginia now, so I mean, if you want to charge your device up, you're welcome to, because you still are going to lose some power in that region in an isolated nature at least. Though I think it'll be, again, more isolated up there, more scattered as we get toward North Carolina, South Carolina even, and Georgia, the elevation. You got to watch for that. Same with the western North Carolina region, which even if the winds don't seem as strong, the elevation here could add to that and kind of make things a little bit more robust. So you have to be watchful there as we just got another gust to 76 knots there. Keesler Air Force Base, Biloxi, that's 80 miles an hour. Just not what you want to hear about overall. I even see some lightning here with this system as we see areas around New Augusta, Mississippi there being impacted. We'll pop up that system now. Show you what I'm talking about as the Weather Service in Tallahassee just mentioned that the tornado watch earlier that actually expired at midnight Central Time. They still wouldn't be surprised if that has an eastward extension to it after that. So you got to stay tuned, at least maybe toward Panama City, up maybe to Dothan, just kind of guessing here based on the parameters. Could even get into one or two of our counties as we look towards Liberty if they want to err on the safe side to go through the whole night there so they don't have to add on to it. Even Seminole, Decatur, just kind of thinking here along those lines. We'll see if things occur. Also got to watch for some of those other counties further up into northwestern Georgia as well to see how things do continue to translate here with this. So again, we're looking back into toward Mississippi. For just tuning in, this is near Wiggins, Mississippi right now. We're talking about a hurricane hurricane, a Cat 1 now, max sustained winds 90 miles an hour. We're still getting pretty strong gusts to almost 90 here in a report just a moment ago. Keystone Air Force Base, Biloxi, and that's on the southern side of things, really, as you're looking down. Surprising we're still getting those winds that strong there. I mean, you wouldn't think you would get them that strong as we're looking further down, but again, sometimes you just don't know exactly what's going on closer toward the surface here. That's why it's important to have spotters out there to kind of let us know what happens with damage, for instance, because sometimes even in tornadic situations, and this is similar to a tornadic situation in some regard, you don't know exactly where the worst of the damage was. You do have debris signatures, but sometimes of the year, I know they're a little bit harder to pick out, and sometimes you see things that you think are happening, they're really not, and that's the same with a hurricane. So we'll go ahead and pop me back on camera, wrap this update up here with a look at some of our other tools. I know we'll go ahead and look here real quick at the radar one more time as I have the enhanced Fujita scale in here. I think this is kind of important as we look here at this, because we still need to be watchful for some of these tornadoes that develop mainly in that EF0, EF1 range, it seems like, but you just can kind of get things to go pretty quick on you. You also have to watch out here for these winds. I mean, we're still talking about winds here, gusts of 88 miles an hour or so. We're talking about 76 knots, so yeah, 88 miles an hour there, and that is EF1 type winds, so tornado-like winds, as I've been alluding to, that cause moderate damage with a tornado, cause some of those issues here in toward these areas. I mean, light to moderate damage in a widespread fashion because of this scenario. So you got to be watching, you got to be paying attention. I mean, extensive damage in those regions getting hit by those winds closer to 110 or so. And another gust there coming in from a little while ago. This is delayed, 80 knots there. Go for it, Biloxi, but several transformers there blown there as we're getting closer toward the Mobile area now. So not great to hear about. We'll continue to update you, and we'll be back at the top of the hour as we still have a hurricane. It's been on land 4 hours, give or take, and moving off to the north-northeast as it does impact these communities as we get closer toward the Mobile region and toward central Alabama eventually as well. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour as we continue to watch our hurricane, still a Category 1 storm at the last check. We'll get another update from the Hurricane Center in a few minutes, but we're seeing here a flash flood warning now being issued. Not too big of a flood threat overall, but we're starting to see some of that moisture here evolving towards some of these areas here as we look toward parts of it. Looks like Choctaw County in Alabama, southwestern Choctaw, central Clark, northwestern Mobile, Washington, George, Greene, Perry, Stone, and eastern Wayne counties there as well. Talking about parts of Alabama with Choctaw, Clark, and Mobile, and Washington, and then George, Greene, Perry, Stone, Wayne, parts of southeastern Mississippi. So we're going to continue to track this here over the last hour. I see some rain here falling in this region upwards. It looks like 2 to 3 inches according to radar estimates, and the Weather Service talking about 2 to 5 inches here into the Warder region. I know just seeing quite a range here of acts, and even unfortunately, as you might have seen pop up on the screen, I'll pop this back up from a few frames ago where we had earlier on a report there. Unfortunately, as we look down toward New Orleans, you can see that icon maybe with that plus sign on it, and that's not what you want to see because that does indicate a fatality there. Power lines down on Palm Street there, and one fatality did occur due to the high voltage electrocution that took place there in toward Orleans Parish earlier this evening. So you always got to be very careful there with power lines. It's a very unfortunate situation that took place there in toward New Orleans earlier tonight. My thoughts and prayers to everybody affected there and everybody affected here by this storm as well. As we continue to track it here, it's going to be moving into Alabama here over the next little bit, and we'll be seeing today's even a strong tropical storm around 1 a.m. Central Time here between Montgomery and Birmingham. I mean, in 3 hours, we're talking about a movement here. I mean, goodness, that's just really picking up speed when you think about it like that. I mean, that's a movement here of, as I kind of plotted a little bit, at 150 miles here in just 3 hours, if I'm doing the math right. That really tells you the acceleration. That almost, actually, that's 4 hours. Okay, I was wondering, the math seemed like it was a little bit off. I'm doing my time conversions here, so 150 miles in about 4 hours. That makes a little more sense here as we're looking at the timeline with this really picking up speed. As we look at the latest update, we should see an increase in forward speed, I would imagine, once that does come through, as losing power there in some of the region as the storm does continue to impact these communities. Just a very fast moving hurricane overall here. We just see some of these winds here near the coast getting down here. I mean, still seeing the wind on the southern flank here upwards 53 knots. So that gets us there to about 61 miles an hour. The pressure 997 millibars. So definitely a storm that's seeing the impact being felt in toward these communities. It's definitely causing impacts there for sure. As we go ahead and run the view back out a little bit, and ironically, I'll just mention this real quick. We have wintry weather still continuing toward Amarillo, Texas. I mean, they're getting more wintry conditions there. A moderate snow, 3-4 inches falling already. So just a crazy, crazy year here, folks, because we're not even, as you kind of measure here, I'll measure the distance real quick from that over toward our storm. That's only about 700 miles away, give or take. So as the crow flies, it's an unbelievable scenario, and both here in the south per se at the same time, a hurricane and a winter storm event. So definitely bizarre as we continue here. Power lines down there toward Mobile, and I know we had a gust there in Mobile, which is particularly concerning here just a little while ago. A gust here, in fact, upwards of about 90 miles an hour. So definitely going to be seeing impacts, maybe even a little more severe than we were thinking, because the forecast indicated maybe gusts lower than that. Not even a hurricane warning in play there, but in fact, we're getting those gusts here in toward the hurricane range by quite a ways. Something you don't typically see here as they're translating a little bit in an area you wouldn't have necessarily expected. So really hurricane conditions are being felt, I would say, maybe not technically with the sustained criteria, but pretty much hurricane conditions being felt here in toward Mobile. It's just not what you want to see. Just a situation where the conditions have escalated. I know with Sally, they got winds pretty similar to that gust there that we got reported into us here just a few minutes ago. So you just got to be praying for them as well. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers, and help with the cleanup if at all possible here as we look in the timeline. There's so many different ways to do that, of course, not necessarily going out there. But again, we're continuing to watch here with this, continuing to look here And the velocity is just a really strong velocity signature still with these high winds from the surface, and some of them, many of these winds here in toward these different communities, translating to the surface these different wind gusts. So we have to continue just to watch things here as well. I'll pop me back on camera. Let's get that latest update from the Hurricane Center now. And they're now saying 85-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds. During the last hour or so, several stations in the vicinity of Gulfport here and Biloxi have reported gusts of 75 to 100 miles an hour. The latest observations indicate that the winds are maybe decreasing in the area, but I know we've also seen storm surge now upwards of 8 feet in the waveland of Mississippi, folks. And that really tells the story that this storm still, the impact is being felt here overall as the surge there of that water continues to come on in here in the parts of Mississippi. Just really seeing that push on in there towards southeastern Mississippi with those high winds, still 60 knots there. Biloxi, Keesler, so that's 69 miles an hour. We're still seeing those winds upwards of near hurricane force as they're trying to translate to the surface. Just an odd scenario with that track here, as we've seen it stay kind of close to the coast to keep itself together, and then it's going to start to accelerate even a little bit further as it moves further in toward Alabama. As the movement still, they're tracking this 25 miles an hour. But again, we'll be seeing this pick up here. Overall, it seems as we are looking ahead in toward the timeline to some extent here, just based on all the different tracking tools that we have. So we're also watching that tornado threat here later tonight. We're going to be seeing that threat here. You see the marginal risk in the green, and in the yellow, the slight risk there. And we're going to go ahead and pop up now our graphics system, because I want to see that threat for tomorrow now, closer toward our area, even around sunrise. Tallahassee, marginal risk upwards here to areas around Valdosta. Even Waycross, we're in that marginal risk there. So be cognizant. You see this extending all the way up into Virginia. Here we have that frontal system as well. That'll be ultimately pushing in some cooler air if you were kind of wondering what's going on here overall. So that's kind of a little weather story for you, but we're just continuing to watch this hurricane, just continuing to look at things here as we go to our name list. I haven't shown you this here today, so we'll pop this on real quick. Zeta here, category 2 at landfall, and just unbelievable using these Greek names. The next Greek name would be the record here in terms of never getting to that one. At least I know there's some discrepancies with some different things added a storm they did in 2005 in the analysis there, the reanalysis. So you have to keep that in mind too. But we haven't ever used the E name there in that Greek alphabet there as we're looking past the epsilon. We use that one, but the next E name there in that Greek alphabet. So we're continuing to watch here as the storm season's just been record-shattering, really, in some regard, as we're looking towards some of these different characteristics here in terms of those U.S. impacts. So just got to be keeping everybody abreast of things here. We'll now go back in just a little bit more. Again, you're still seeing that wind pushing that storm surge. I know things are kind of cluttered, so let me go ahead and take some things off now, as we just have so much going on. There's so many different things I can say here. So let me go ahead and just see these reports here as we get down toward the coast. I mean, widespread power outages on Dolphin Island. Speaking of those power outages, let's go ahead and pop up the power outage map in Alabama now, as we've really seen that jump quickly there. I know we talked about those issues down there, and even though this is tropical storm warning for Mobile, I mean, it's pretty much hurricane type conditions for them. It seems like pretty much hurricane type conditions. 87,920 customers in the dark here toward Mobile, and then as we get toward Baldwin County, less in terms of that number, 16,675. But we're going to be watching this, not just filling down here as we're looking towards southwest Alabama, but in towards central Alabama. We're going to be watching here as well. And I don't focus the exact spot as I'm kind of plotting things, but you're just going to have to be watching overall and being mindful here of what is happening. You just got to stay tuned as we continue to look here at some of the different things behind the scenes. So over 500,000 in the dark in Louisiana here. You see just all these outages towards southeastern Louisiana. Lafourche Parish over 16,000. Jefferson Parish 177,843 customers. Orleans Parish now 160,427. So just extensive power outages here in towards southeastern Louisiana. a big time storm with a big time impact being felt here for these areas. Just something that we've been kind of talking about here in terms of some hurricane impact since about Saturday or so for this region, but we were not expecting until earlier this morning a Category 2 type impact, where those impacts escalate not only at the coast with that wind potential, that storm surge potential, especially in Mississippi, but also inland wind potential as well. So you just really got to be cognizant of that here. Just so many different implications from when a storm strengthens like it did unexpectedly. It shouldn't have really, the conditions weren't that favorable, Roy, and then to maintain its strength as long as it has over land, that's due in part to it being close to those Gulf waters here, those warmer temperatures overall, though we're starting to get later in the season, and that's something to consider with at least some cooling off. But you see these temperatures even in the water here, not necessarily water temperatures, but air temperatures here. You're talking about 81 degrees, for instance, so I just have to be kind of mindful there. You see, if you're watching from North Florida, South Georgia, not really anything on the radar right now, but upper 70s, even an 80 or 2 popping on out, though, as we're looking toward, it seems, the Craig Municipal Airport. So definitely a storm that's, you're seeing the impact being felt from it here off toward the west with those winds, and they're even trying to get closer toward our region, Donaldsonville, 18-knot gusts, so that's about, looks like 21 miles an hour here in that overall pattern. Again, we have that front coming in, and that's going to cool things off. You can see here back behind a lot cooler temperatures coming in, and that'll help with the recovery at least to an extent in toward Louisiana, though it almost could get too cool for some. But if you're without power, at least it's not going to be too hot while you're doing that cleanup. And again, you got to be really careful when you're doing that cleanup. Again, we've already heard of an electrocution here tonight, so not good to learn about at all. Just you got to be paying attention here. Not that somebody there wasn't, but you just got to always be really focused on what is happening. As you see, this tornado parameter is still evolving here, and we still have to watch. Now, north-northeast is the movement on this storm, but we'll watch to see how this spreads in here. We do have some energy, not a huge amount, though, and that's some good news at least. But you have a lot of helicity here, and that can be a factor as we look ahead in the timeline. So just make sure you have those ways to get those alerts. We'll go ahead and pop up our tornado safety tips here in just a moment. I think I'm going to radar scope again because this is always interesting to show you. As we get to this region, you'll be able to see what is happening here. We're switching over from the velocity to the super res reflectivity, and you can see here that center still pretty defined on this radar. You see it here north of Wiggins, so you can see that eye there showing up. It's moving here north-northeast, 25 miles an hour, what they're plotted at. Reported power out there. Another one in the Ward Mobile just reported on social media there across much of that community, much of that metropolitan area. As we've already talked about New Orleans and Gulfport, now Mobile really getting impacted. It seems could even be talking about Montgomery to an extent here as well, in an area that doesn't get the wind impact as much. So just got to be paying attention here. I'll go ahead and put me back on camera now, and we'll go ahead and look at some different things. We're just trying to give you everything you need to know here to protect you and your family as we look at those tornado safety tips now. No active tornado warnings right now, but it's important that when there's a tornado watch in play, which is in play off to the west, and it could get extended here to the east, that means that favorable conditions do exist for tornadic activity. So you need to stay tuned for updates, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and that even goes here toward areas in toward southwest Georgia as maybe you're going to bed tonight. The Florida Big Bend, you can even maybe mention south central Georgia, though I think that'd be after sunrise a little bit further for that threat to materialize. But southwest Georgia, Florida Big Bend, have those ways to get alerts overnight, just in case something pops up here. We'll be on if there's a tornado warning anywhere in our area to keep you and your family safe. And then a tornado warning, of course, that means it's been detected using radar or has actually been spotted. So you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And to protect yourself from flying debris, put on a bicycle helmet. As we hear of even more tornadic-like damage, I mean, mobile homes being impacted as well from the hurricane itself. That means that you're seeing just quite a bit of issues here with moderate tree and power line damage toward the Janus community of Perry County there, off toward the west. Trees down on shed there, and also mobile home issues as well. So those mobile homes don't do as good in tornadic situations, hurricane situations. this was kind of a blend here with the fast movement overall. A lower end type tornado situation over a very widespread area is a big deal, obviously, and it's the second strongest storm we've dealt with this season. We'll go ahead and see that now here on the graphics. I have this in here as we just kind of look at the situation again on radar. This temperature is just so warm for this time of year, and 110 mile an hour winds in the Orleans Gulfport. I might even have to add Mobile to this here because those numbers and those winds are really going up for them. But just a nasty scenario as you compare it to Sally and Delta. I mean, when I put this together here, updated it with adding a row, I thought we were talking about maybe at the bottom of this graphic or maybe up a little bit, but we just saw that really rapid intensification occur. Went from 65 mile an hour winds there last night to 110. That definitely meets that criteria for that rapid intensification here. So you just always have to be cognizant of what is going on. Gust here to 50 knots at the Keesler Air Force Base, Biloxi area. So we're still seeing some pretty strong winds. I'm kind of curious to see what we're getting with some other reports. I know there is an indication of some lines down and power out in Citronelle as well. So we want people just to be, I mean, as you can kind of see here, some lightning actually as I'll put my mouse on here toward the Citronelle area. If you can't see this, here's the lightning strike from just a little while ago, and now getting some power outages being reported as some of the worst that this storm has to offer is moving on in. And got to watch the flank here as well, that this should break down some eventually. It means that winds are also spreading apart here and translating down to the surface. So you just have to really be safe. Make sure you're still in some of these spots closer to the core, maybe in that tornado safe room even. I know we were talking about it earlier more from New Orleans, but even in these spots, we're getting those low-end tornado-like winds and those damaging and destructive winds that are spreading here further on into the picture. As a report of a tree down on a house and cars on Dauphin Island now. So just not what you really want to be learning here this evening, as you do watch for some tornadic potential here on the flank of things toward Pensacola. We're going to look for rotation. It is not standing out too much, but I'll switch to the Eglin radar now, and we'll go ahead and look down here to see if we're getting a better perspective on anything, see exactly maybe what's occurring, and we still see some energy. There is some rotation here off a Gulf breeze. It looks like at least a little bit of it, so I just pay attention. I know we're losing a few frames, but that can sometimes happen when we're in this weather alert mode. Just trying to keep you and your family up to date on what's happening here as we are still looking at the Doppler. So what we're kind of trying to do right now, I'm thinking about how we're going to handle the coverage for the rest of the evening. And for tomorrow, I do know that we'll be on anytime there's a tornado warning in our area. And that area does start as we look towards Seminole County. They're in toward southwestern Georgia, toward Liberty County, and the Florida Big Bend. Northwestern flank, there is Quitman County, just for your perspective as well. So we just want you to, again, stay tuned here with everything that's happening in terms of that tornado threat. I know we haven't been seeing these reports as significant in the last few minutes, but I really hesitate to go off until we get some more information on some of these to see if these winds maybe are dying down or we're just not getting the reports in here at the moment. I know, again, we're trying to gather everything with the news gathering, weather forecasting gather and operation here. And these winds definitely look like they've gone down a little bit, as the Weather Service Hurricane Center indicating there, but still gusts to 50 knots, gusts to 53 knots. That Mobile gust seemed a little high to me. Just now a gust to 57 knots, so as we were looking there towards 66 miles an hour. So we're going to go ahead and run the view back on the Doppler again right now, as we just got an update here. I know the Mobile office time at a tornado watch until 12 a.m. Central Time, and they cannot completely rule out a brief tornado, but they're quickly sifted out of the most favorable sector where those outer rain bands form as the storm center moves to the northeast, north-northeast. You kind of get the idea, and we'll watch to see how that translates closer toward the Tallahassee County warning area as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So you just got to be watching that here. We'll put that wind field forecast up again now. You'll be able to see here that wind potential. I mean, it translates all the way through Atlanta tonight, all the way up into Virginia here. So definitely something to watch here, and just pay attention because we want everybody to stay safe here this evening. You just got to charter those devices if you're downstream, because even though it doesn't seem like it's gone that far inland, despite the time it's been over land, it really has. It's this the track it's taken makes it stay by the coast here, keeps it by the coast. The gust here at 62 knots now, 62 knots, 71 miles an hour. So we're getting gusts right on the edge of hurricane force at this point. We can't run an isolated gust or two still to that, but it seems like we're not getting as many of those reports. I do think we'll still get one or two maybe of those though, because the winds haven't slacked off too much overall, but at least maybe starting to see a little bit of a deterioration in those winds here that are translating to the surface. Those winds not as prominent now. As we go over to satellite, we're going to pop that on, and that's pretty surprising actually. The eyes kind of being a little more apparent here. As I was looking back earlier, I'm surprised we're still seeing it like this here. As you kind of back it up a little, and we'll I had it in this mode here a little while ago. We'll back it up. I know you hear some clicks, but yeah, it's definitely become a little more apparent actually in eastern Mississippi as we move in toward western Alabama here over the last little bit. That's just interesting that you still have that maybe a little more apparent even. It's getting in that eye there around. It looks like McLean there, Neely there, as well, just west of Leakesville, according to this. So radar could present a different picture as we go over from rotation tracker, but it's actually pretty close there near Beaumont, for instance. So gusts now, by the way, to 53 miles an hour at the Tate High School weather station there in Cantonmount, Florida, in Escambia County. So getting some of those winds to come on in as the storm has overachieved for sure in terms of the wind potential here, even higher than what we were forecasting in our update earlier when things were ramping up. We're getting some gusts even a little higher off toward the east, Mobile, Pensacola, those power outages mounting. And we'll look back here, over 500,000 in the dark in Louisiana. And the latest update, over 550,000 customers now without power. We'll pop this up. St. Bernard Parish, 17,505 customers. We get up here towards St. Tammany. You just see the numbers, almost 78,000. Orleans Parish, about 3/4 in the dark there. St. Charles Parish, they're about 17,500. St. John the Baptist, about 6,000 or so. Lafourche Parish, about 16,000. Terrebonne, about 20 or 17,000. They're at about 27,000. So just definitely watching things. I see a report here just coming in about a pressure, it looks like, off toward the north, as we have the flood watch being canceled towards some areas there closer toward New Orleans. As I reset the view up for power outages, Oklahoma is still second place here, but Mississippi over 100,000, Alabama over 100,000 in terms of the numbers here that are of customers in the dark. So you just have to be paying attention here. You just have to be ready to you just have to be ready to take action here, even as you do have some tornadic potential that could even evolve here in toward Florida. You see that number there, over 13,000 customers here in the dark right now. Escambia County, about 10,000 customers or so, 11,000 in the dark, and some tornado watch areas being canceled out, some being continued. A report of a tree on a home in New Augusta there off of River Lot Road. So just pay attention there, because you could lose some power. Charter those devices here. You just are having those ways to get those alerts here overnight. More reports of trees down, blocking lanes there as we look toward the Walker Springs Road area there, toward the Walker Springs community. This power outage map is something that is pretty unusual to see this as we kind of combine these numbers now. We're getting over 1 million in the dark in the United States. So it's just been a heck of a year. This tells the story. You just got to be paying attention again to the weather as it does evolve. I'll come back here on camera. We're trying to go ahead and look here to see if maybe that tornado watch is extended here and a little bit off toward the east. The areas that would be extended here, this watch extended into, would be areas like Panama City, Dothan here as well. So just be watchful of what is happening here as we get towards southeastern Alabama, parts of that Florida Panhandle, a little bit further over. Bay County we're talking about, as a report there of homes destroyed in Beaumont now by trees It's just not what you want to hear as we're looking back toward the core of the system. It's just a very impactful one for sure. What I think we're going to do right now, we're going to wrap up the coverage here for the time being, but we'll be watching for that tornadic threat here as we look in towards Thursday. We're going to stream the radar here though in a little bit because this is still a hurricane, still having an impact here with this. So we want people to be up to date on what is happening with the radar perspective here as we look in toward Alabama. And what we'll do, we'll lead off that stream here. We'll lead off that stream with an update, another update with that latest information from the National Hurricane Center at about the top of the hour or so. So we'll come back about the top of the hour or so and start that stream with the latest radar information so you know what's happening, and we'll keep that going for a while as the system starts to track in toward central Alabama, and then we'll have more coverage as we look in toward the timeline and later into tomorrow here as conditions warrant. We'll break in with that tornadic coverage here with those tornado warnings. So the game plan right now, we'll be back at about the top of the hour with another stream. We'll do the radar for most of that here, but at the very beginning, we'll be coming on here with an update to recap you with what's going on and give you those details that you need to protect you and your family. Thanks so much for trusting me here in the Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Now, in terms of our schedule on later this week, we'll talk about that more here as we look ahead because there's just different variables. I don't know how tornado coverage is going to go, but we may end up changing our coverage up for our Thursday evening update and or our sports weather on Friday, but that's to be determined based on how these tornado scenarios evolve here toward the Florida Big Bend. As I see another flash flood warning coming in for Choctaw, Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox County in toward Alabama. So just finding out what's happening there with that flooding potential as we do continue to track things. So I'll be back at the top of the hour with a new stream on all of our different platforms with the latest, and then we'll be streaming the radar with those alerts, those wind gusts here throughout the later evening hours and the overnight. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with another update on our hurricane. Of course, we were streaming on another stream here just a little while ago, and I've started a new stream where we'll be keeping that radar on here as we look in toward the nighttime hours, as we get in toward the overnight hours is what I'm talking about here. We'll kind of determine how long we need to keep it. I'll definitely keep it until it's downgraded to a tropical storm. We'll go ahead and have that running here, and probably even until it gets to about a mid-level tropical storm here as we look ahead into the timelines. It is something to kind of keep an eye on here, as you do see the core of the system moving from Mississippi into Alabama here, as Watson County, Alabama, getting some very heavy rainfall. I see Fairhope, Alabama, for instance, gust there to 50 knots just in the last few minutes. So that's getting to about 58 miles an hour or so, and that damaging wind criteria, as this storm is definitely having a big time impact. As you were seeing that satellite imagery just a little while ago, I had that pulled up here in the corner of your screen, and now I'll go ahead and pop it on our other system right now. So you can go ahead and see what I'm talking about here as we zoom in toward this area just a little bit more. You'll be able to see right here near Waynesboro with that eye really popping out here just in toward western Alabama. Still interesting to be able to see the eye a little bit, even in toward western Alabama after this storm's been on land 5 or 6 hours now. Just crazy to see here. As we go ahead and broaden the view out a little bit, I'll go ahead and take off the satellite as you see some of those hurricane force winds here getting in toward Alabama. We'll put some of our other tools on here right now as we kind of give you a bigger and better perspective here on what is happening, and you'll be able to kind of see this track here as it goes across central Alabama, North Georgia, and toward parts of western North Carolina, even as we have tropical storm alerts all the way into Virginia, because this storm's going to hold together enough and it's moving so quickly. So something that you rarely see here. This is the latest track as of the 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central Time advisory, as you see. As it becomes more extratropical further downstream, we're still watching this though, because it'll still have some of an impact up there. But again, a hurricane right here near Waynesboro in toward Mississippi, toward the Alabama line right now. You're seeing what is taking place here at the present time, and the latest advisory, the full information on this here was that it was moving rapidly through Mississippi and Alabama with dangerous storm surge, strong wind gusts there, and heavy rain with those max sustained winds at 80. That center about 45 miles, it looks like, northeast of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. The movement now northeast at 31 miles an hour. We were talking about earlier how it's going to pick up speed there, even some more, and it's doing so as that pressure, though, did increase a little as the storm is weakening some down to 979 millibars. But the hurricane warning and storm surge warning potential still continues here for areas further off, but areas there toward Louisiana, including Lake Pontchartrain, no longer under either of these, as conditions getting nicer there as we're looking on the back side. But unfortunately, even though the conditions in terms of the weather will be nice, it's going to be a pretty long recovery process as they were substantially impacted. We'll go ahead and pop up the power outage.us map right about now, as we have 550,000 or so customers now here in the dark. So here's that latest imagery. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about here with the updated details. You'll get in here as we look at St. Tammany Parish, about 78,500 customers in the dark right now. We see as we look down here toward Orleans Parish, almost 160,000 customers. So that is not what you want to see. Just so many without power right now, and they're going to be without power a pretty good while. The dam is not as bad as Laura, of course. In terms of those overall winds, we'll kind of be talking about that. We've already talked about that, as those were up to 150 max sustained. These are 110. So even though there's a lot of outages, a higher population area than what Laura had, the damage here shouldn't take as long to repair because of the overall really just the infrastructure issues that we saw as we were looking off towards southwestern Louisiana. As you look here, some of the other parishes, St. Charles Parish, a lot of outages, St. John the Baptist. As we look down toward Lafourche, you kind of get the idea. Terrebonne, more than half the customers still in the dark right now. And then we'll kind of broaden the view out as it's just been a crazy weather picture here. And you see out toward Oklahoma, Texas, winter storm conditions still keeping the power out there toward the Lone Star State, toward Oklahoma. And that's a different weather player, but so close together is interesting to see a winter storm and a hurricane. That just kind of speaks to the 2020 year that it's been, really. And we're going to look now into toward Mississippi, where we have now over 200,000 in the dark. Many of those outages there toward Biloxi, Gulfport. You see Harrison County, almost the whole county in the dark now. Jackson County, more than half. Hancock County, more than half. So definitely not what you want to see as these numbers continue to increase here, continue to mount due to the outages. And we're going to look even further off now. We'll get toward Alabama. about 133,000 customers in the dark here. And you see many of those around Mobile here. In fact, around Mobile, almost half the customers, Washington County, rural area, but a lot of customers there, percentage-wise out too. And even about 12,000 in Florida here as we get to the West Florida Panhandle where there's a tropical storm warning. You see Escambia County with most of those as they're still recovering from Sally there and toward the Mobile area. As I'm getting some new information here in the chat, we'll go ahead and broaden the power outage map back up. Looks like a report there, pretty low pressure there on the northern side of the eye toward New Augusta, and then also seeing several tractor trailers blown over there on I-10 East in Hancock County, just east of the Highway 603 interchange due to Hurricane Zeta's winds. Only one lane open here as of a preliminary spotter report from Grenadier. So that's in the chat. That's in 2 miles southwest of Diamond Head there in Mississippi. So again, we're going to continue to watch things here, continue to track what is happening. We're going to leave the radar running here in a few minutes, and I'll just have that going here as we're looking ahead in toward the overnight hours. I'll kind of again make a determination on how we're going to keep that going here, for how long, as the situation does require. I'm seeing the storm surge warnings luckily go away from the New Orleans area. However, we've really seen the storm surge numbers mount here recently toward the Mobile region with those winds pushing that surge in there. Unfortunately, getting in that right position even hours after landfall for a storm surge, as you really see that surge coming on in there toward parts of Mobile, getting some big time problems here. And I even have our storm inundation dashboard up, I believe, and we'll try to pop that on here in just a moment. We're able to give you those latest numbers. Let me go ahead and switch you over to that right now. We have that in our system, our coastal inundation dashboard. As you see, some coastal flood advisories in the green toward the east, some minor surge, but the higher surge here off toward the west as we're talking. Right now, here's some of these different reports. You see a little spike there, but that's not really indicative of what we've seen off toward the west here. Look at that spike here as we're getting toward, it looks like Bayou-Labatry there, the Bayou-Labatry bridge in toward the region about 6 feet of storm surge, give or take. And toward Mississippi, we've seen it fall some here recently. You can kind of see a little bit of that on the graph if you look real close. But we had surge upwards of about, it looks like 6-7 feet, and even off toward the west a little. That's probably a little clearer, and it is. You can kind of see the dip, but interesting to see how the surge has been translating from west to east here as the system does move here and bring in the favorable conditions forward. As we just got into the gust here, 60 knots, the Mobile area, Bates Fields, that's 69 miles an hour. As the surge numbers still are interesting. Pensacola, not nearing much here, luckily. Not too big of a threat over that way, but we're still watching for that one potential threat. But in terms of storm surge, I'm talking about as we just kind of move things around here on our mapping, make sure we give you the latest here. Again, there's what we were talking about toward Bayou-Labatry. Just kind of, there's a lot of them kind of close together here, so we try to give you some of these while we're live here on the air. About 5 feet of storm surge there. This is the West Fowl River Bridge. I know it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but about 5 feet there above. So I just have to be paying attention here with that. That's why you want to evacuate when you're told to evacuate here. And there's been some flash flooding even, though we weren't really expecting that threat to materialize too much. There has been a little bit of it. We'll go back over now towards some of our other tools as we look away from our inundation dashboard. We'll go over toward our current radar imagery as we have some of these heavier showers, some heavier storm action moving on in here towards southwestern Alabama with these flash flood warnings in play. They're talking about, looks like from Gretna over there toward Leesville even, and another area from southwest of Richton over toward Ramsey Springs, 6 to 8 inches of rain past 3 or 4 hours. So in a small area of maximum rainfall here that's occurred with this storm that's hired. And as we look towards some other zones, you can kind of see that how it's set up here. A few different counties involved where that flash flood warning, the first one, it really is. And they're kind of foreshadowing what's going to happen here as we're looking further in toward Alabama. So again, we're just paying attention here also towards some of these action here in the western Florida Panhandle with some of these cells that could rotate. So you just want to always have those ways to get those alerts. And speaking of that, we'll go ahead and pop up our look here at those tornado safety tips right now, because this is always important. to kind of run down as tornado watch and play off toward our west. That means stay tuned for updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. We're talking about Pensacola, Mobile, but even as we get further off towards southwestern Georgia, you just want to be going ahead and doing this anyway, because you could get into where those western southwest Georgia counties, parts of the western Florida Big Bend, under a tornado watch as we look not too far in the distant future. And if not, then later on, as we also watch for that tornado warning potential here, where a tornado is detected using radar or spotted, and that means you need to seek shelter inside a sturdy building and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And in that situation, you want to protect yourself with the bicycle helmet from potential for flying debris. So let's go over to radar scope now. I think we'll go ahead and get that on here in just a moment, and to give you a different perspective. We haven't popped that up in a little while, so it's always interesting to kind of give you a different perspective on what is happening here. And so you can kind of see different color tables and how they promote the accent here and tell the story really. As we go ahead, I think we'll switch you over here in just a second as we get near Waynesboro, near Jackson, talking more toward that Alabama-Mississippi line. In fact, as you watch some of the accent toward the south here, some of the thunderstorm, I guess you could call it, though we're not really getting that much lightning. Some of those cells here even still trying to promote some pretty strong winds here down to the south. So let's get in now right at the state line, Mississippi, Alabama. You can see what I'm talking about here. Looks like near Chatham, also getting up toward Coffeyville here, but some other worst of the storm had to offer. So just kind of moving the map over just a little bit. You can see here with that eye pretty much it's still visible here as we kind of zoom out just a little bit now. Not as visible as it was, but we're not too far even away from Hattiesburg here with this, as it did kind of maybe jog a little here into areas a little bit off track, but not too much off track overall. Not too much off track really with this, but interesting to see areas closer toward Hattiesburg even getting into some of this here in towards southeastern Mississippi as we're continuing to watch the overall process. I know sometimes when a storm makes landfall, it can move just a little. It's been over land a little while, so sometimes it will deviate just a little bit from that track, but it's been on track pretty well overall since Saturday, really. As we were looking here back into toward the timeline, we were seeing that maybe pointing toward Southeast Louisiana after the models on Friday were sort of an uncertain situation with it more pointing toward our region, the Florida Big Bend. We've seen it really consistently so, that potential there, the models towards southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Mississippi, and that's ultimately stayed the case here as we've seen it impact these communities here. As you see some of the worst of this starting to more moving to Alabama now, as we've been talking about. Report there from Greene County, Mississippi, of widespread tree damage across the entire county and several homes with trees on them. So you just have to always be watchful of that here too. You have to just be paying attention here. You just have to be really ready to take action there in these scenarios. So just again, southwestern Alabama get into some of this moisture right now. Just storm surge values, they've been pretty high here. That tree damage, that knocking out that power, as we've alluded to. We have that tornado threat as we get into tomorrow again. I already gave you those tips to talk about. We've talked about those, and now let's go ahead and give you that tornado threat in general here with that marginal risk in play. Tallahassee up toward the Valdosta and even Waycross to an extent in this too. So just pay attention, have those ways to get alerts. Gust to 49 miles an hour now in Navarre Beach here, Santa Rosa County. So definitely an interesting situation with that reading. And now we'll go over toward our look here at the summary of the hurricanes to make landfall in the U.S. this year. As we see a gust to about 71 miles an hour at Mobile Beach Field. So definitely getting up there, but not as high as what we saw toward New Orleans and Gulfport, as the max sustained winds were getting closer, at least there, to about 110 miles an hour. This was a Cat 2 storm, and it was stronger than all the other hurricanes this year that have made landfall in the U.S., with the exception of Lake Charles and Beaumont's Hurricane Laura there, which was a Category 4. This storm, at least before post-analysis here, or any reanalysis, that's where it sits here on this list. So We're continuing to watch things. If there's anything severe in our area, we'll make sure we break in with the very latest information here. We're going to continue to just be on our toes really here with the isolated tornado threat that could evolve with some of those tornado parameters that will be coming into play here as we still watch this storm moving north-northeast at 31 miles an hour now. It's a fast mover for sure here in toward the situation that we are watching. And we're going to go ahead now and pull up another tool that we have where we can see that Storm Prediction Center outlook. We'll give you that viewpoint right now here as we get away from graphics here and away from our GR level 3 computer. You'll be able to see we still have that slight risk even about as far east as Dothan or so, Panama City, as well as you look toward the south here with some of those dew point values that are going to be pretty high here overall. I know that can lead to some more favorable conditions sometimes, and that tornado parameters here, we'll go ahead and switch you to those on our system, and this will be able to show, as I was kind of looking ahead in the model there just for a second, that's tomorrow morning, but here's your parameters. You see some of these parameters over north-northeast, so we'll have to watch to see how these favorable tornadic conditions start to move in toward our region. I'll be back as necessary here with tornado warning coverage, but otherwise we'll just leave this radar stream going here as we look in toward tonight, and I'll make a determination on when to cut it off here based on what I'm seeing on the Doppler radar and with this storm as it does, again, move through Alabama here, producing some damaging winds. Make sure if you're still in the path, you haven't been impacted yet, charge up those devices.